and the state at which that bags were sealed, it will be difficult for one that even myself, I cannot say I smelled drugs. With my experience, with my knowledge. There is something that I did to substantiate to say, this might be cocaine. The only thing to arrive at that point was to at least open one of the bags. Acquaint yourself with what was in the bag. And still, with regard to issue of smell, you cannot, the bags are sealed with that black masking tape, wrapped. When you go inside the bag, you open, those bricks have been wrapped with this plastic that normally used to wrap foods. In fact, there is a process because they wrap with something, another something, they put their emblem on top, then which will be visible when you look at the brick, so that the intended recipient must know, identify it with the branding, that this comes from this. I don't know whether should I use, this comes from this cartel, or drug cartel. There were some with Red Bulls signs, some with, there were different things, which means where they were packaged. And where they are coming, people should identify them with whoever is sending them.
Maybe I might as well ask this question now, just to get it out of the way on the back of something that you've said now. When you say you had to open one of the bags to check that indeed it is drugs, when you did that, or when you got to the scene, maybe let me say, when you got to the scene and you saw these bags on the back of this bakkie, was any one of them open?
None.
Okay. Thank you.
They were still in their original position from where they were sealed. Is not original position in terms of in the container. No.
Is it you or is it some other officer that says that you had to use something to poke one of the bags?
It is me.
Yeah, and my sense was that you used something quite
use something
thin,
like a pin.
And yes,
You use a pin, you press it there. When it comes out,
yes, there was a powdery substance.
Yes, shiny.
And,
shiny. Then
and on that basis, you suspected.
Then
You don't say for a fact. You say you then suspected that it was cocaine.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Not the smell. All right.
Not the smell.
Okay. Thank you.
Colonel, then assume that the briefing ended and you were then assigned by Colonel Ludik as the investigating officer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thereafter, you then say Warrant Officer Rakotso pointed you to the BMW. Can you deal with that at paragraph 13?
Warrant Officer Rakotso pointed to me the BMW. That he said, this BMW is together with these police officers.
Yes.
Then, I requested police in uniform, together with Sergeant Pume, now Warrant Officer Pume, to take care of the vehicle and get the driver out of that vehicle.
When you say get the driver out of that vehicle, was that for purpose of interview or what was happening?
For the purpose of interview, his presence on the scene.
And then you also say that he pointed out a red Kia?
He also pointed out the red Kia, which was driven by Warrant Officer Pakula.
And then you say Captain Optov. Also then pointed to a VW Golf.
Captain Optoff explained this to me.
Yes.
The driver of this BMW is the one who was chasing us from the scene. Captain Optoff at that time was dressed in full police uniform. Then I asked him, who is that driver? Then he showed me the person that now is known to me, is Mashaba, who is a traffic officer. That he is the one that is said they are not needed at the scene. It's not their scene, it's his.
So from his point of view, Officer Mashaba informed him that that was his scene.
He was not informing.
Oh,
He was directing them not to go. He was directing them not to be here, to go. You are not needed at this scene. This is the version I got from Captain Optoff.
all right. And so you say that in relation to the BMW, you asked Warrant Officer Pume to get the driver an interview. Did you take the same steps as it related to the red Kia, Pakule and Mashaba?
I interviewed them
Yourself?
one myself,
Okay.
so that as to acquaint myself with their presence at the scene, their action at the scene.
Okay, and can you give us just a summary, a snapshot of the 3 interviews?
I think it's in my A1 statement in the case docket commissioners, I think.
Just trying to find it quickly.
Paragraphs
254.
14 maybe. In what you say is the annexure. If you look at, Ms. Bowe, maybe look at paragraphs 14, 15, and 16.
Commissioner Baloyi, when Colonel is saying his A1, he's directed me to it, so it's page 254 of the bundle. Oh, have you found it, Ken? You can, I think paragraph 8 is where you start to deal with the 3 interviews.
Correct?
Can you just give us a summary of the 3?
After all the introduction, I started with Warrant Officer Mohana, who alleged that he got the information from his informer. He followed up on the information together with Traffic Officer Mashaba. And later on, he requested Warrant Officer Pakula, who is based in Pretoria, to come assist. Asked him if he tried to get back from his own station, since he is stationed at Zongezizwe SAPS, and his answer, he did not think of contacting his own station. I asked him as to why he did not mention his own station to Sergeant Doe, than lying that he is from Hawks, and still he could not give reasons why. And on the question of why were they chasing uniformed police officers on the scene, and his answer was that he was thinking it was his scene. I asked him if he does know drugs, and his answer was no. And on why was he loading what he does not know, his answer was he suspected the consignment to be drugs.
Oh, Colonel, before you move to the next interview, because then you go to the Kia. Given his answers, what was your sense of Mahane's role in this?
In my own view, when I was looking and checking on what he was explaining, I could see his intention there was not to do police job.
And what was his intention?
His intention was to assist those who requested him to remove those drugs from wherever they were to wherever those two, Mashaba and Nku, wanted them to be.
So are you saying he told the people that he's also from DPCI?
Hawk.
Why are you mentioning the Hawks there?
He said DPCI Hawks.
Thanks.
And in relation to him calling Pakula and
Sorry, Commissioner. He said crime intelligent hawks. Sorry.
and in relation to, is it strange for an officer attending to a scene not to call their own station?
It is strange.
Is it not more than just strange? I thought there's a protocol that requires you to identify yourself properly. So it's strange.
It is an operating procedure to say, wherever you go, the first thing that you do, if I'm leaving my office, one, I inform those I left behind that I've arrived. Two, identify yourself properly to the people that you are, because we are not working in uniform. It's difficult for anyone to identify me. Even if I say I'm a police officer, there is a tool that one must use to confirm or to substantiate me saying that I'm a police officer. That is why we are being provided with police identification card.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, maybe just, mine was related to whether perhaps maybe, is it standard operating procedure for him to have called his station for backup? Because this was in response to you asking, him saying he called Pakula, who's based in Pretoria, and he didn't think of calling his own station.
Commissioners, if you look at the area and you check where is Pretoria, then if he was following up on something that is in motion, then one can see that he will end up losing that which we are following, because we are taking the long route. The first thing first, the approach is, where is the nearest police station? Who are the nearest police? If not, go to 10-111. That is the procedure. I don't call my friends. I call those that will assist.
All right, thank
Thanks.
you, Colonel. Chair, I'm going to move on to the next interview.
Perhaps let's adjourn and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn.
what drugs, look, have you undergone any drug course or anything that can suggest to say you can handle this scene? He said, that is why I'm calling these officers to come and assist. Then, then that also pushed me to say, then, okay, you are calling this one. To me, seated here, I'm seeing them as your friends. Then here, the marked police vehicles, they are coming here to assist upon getting that information or complaint. Why can't you accept them to the scene? Acquaint them with the scene, because that is their area of operation, not yours.
And what was his response to that?
He said he don't even think that way. As long as he got information, because he used to do the arrest, then he still have to.
And then we can move to your last interview.
Then the other interview, I interviewed the driver of the silver gray 7 Series BMW, to whom I identify myself as well, and he identified himself as Tumelongu. His explanation about his involvement was that he was there on his private capacity, and further that he once worked for Transnet before he ventured into business. And the person he knows on the scene was Chief Traffic Mashaba, since he used to give information on illegal cigarette. He further indicated that the information they are working on was his.
And so what did you make of your interview with Mr. Nku?
I also, everybody after having the assault, for you to be here, even if you are an informer, you just give information, then you get feedback from your handler to say, in fact, we have confiscated drugs, we have arrested, this is the case number. If it's a registered informer, it will be informed that claims will be done on your behalf. Then still, he maintained he's not a registered informer. Then there were a lot of questions that point that I highlighted to him to say, by placing yourself on this scene, you are endangering your own life. You are even not supposed to be here. He said, no, I was just monitoring.
Is there ever a reason in your entire experience for having an informer present, even if they are just sitting somewhere at the scene in a corner somewhere?
Unless only if maybe he's an undercover agent that is part of this operation. But you don't have to inform me and follow me. Then it's as good as saying, let's go and work. We are working together. We are no longer giving information. We are working together.
So the fact that he never, all the witnesses confirmed that he never got out of his car until I think when a member of the flying squad went to him to ask him something, that doesn't matter. He should have never been there.
He should never have been there. Again, if you look at that car, also, to me it looked suspicious, because I also investigated the issue of the permit.
Oh, perhaps to give proper context to that, the car that Mr. Nku was driving, what was suspicious about it, you say?
If you look, the permit, when I checked on that permit, I could see that was the second permit on it. Because there's a time frame for the first permit to be placed on that vehicle. If it's not registered within that time frame, then they can reapply for the second permit. Then I asked him, because when I was checking on that permit, there were a lot of some discrepancies that I found, but they were investigated later, not on the scene.
Okay, we'll deal with those discrepancies later in your investigations there. One thing I wanted to ask in relation to Ms. Danku, so he's not supposed to be there, he's an informer, but he doesn't participate in a sense that he just sits in the car. Is that then an offense that he could be arrested for? I guess I'm trying to understand what.
He is part of them. He is
Okay.
part of the three.
So
He is,
in essence that.
he is working with them. He is admitting that he is their informer, he's with them, he's monitoring. Then there was no way for me to say, let me deal with this three and leave this one. Because I wanted to see, these people, this police are misbehaving, are defeating in the present. And to my belief, they wanted to accomplish what he wanted them to do.
So your suspicion was that he's basically have instructed them to do something and he's monitoring that that is done.
That is correct. He was monitoring.
Okay.
Just for clarification, you, in your interview with Chief Mashaba, what was your understanding in terms of, he provided the information, that's what he tells you. He says, it's my information that led to this operation. And indeed, that's what Warrant Officer Mahane said to us, that he got a call from Mashaba. Is it your understanding that, therefore, this is Mashaba's operation? How does it work? Mashaba, who is not SAPS, he comes from a different agency, which is traffic, Gauteng, and then he calls a SAPS officer to report there is this consignment. In the way that things work between agencies especially, this operation then becomes what? Does it become a Mashaba operation with SAPS providing backup? Or is it a SAPS operation which is informed by information from Mashaba, and in this case, it becomes a SAPS operation because he reported to Mahane? Can you just explain that interagency or different agencies' relationship?
Normally, commissioners, it comes from other state agency, it goes to the police, then it becomes a police operation. It is as good as like you get it from anonymous callers and all those things. Then whoever, if the calls get to say it enters into this agency, like let's say it goes to my head office, my own head office. I'm based in Gauteng. Theirs is to say who is based on that area. Then they dispatch the information to whoever should be in that area. Then once I have done everything, I have to submit an information note to the people that gave me that information. If I open inquiry, I'll quickly open up inquiry, because every action must be based on documents to say, I got this information from head office. They said they got it from so and so. Isn't it that they still need to respond? Then I write my own information note about the operation. That this is what happened, this is what we found, this was the end product of your information, so that they can communicate with whoever submitted the information.
In this case, the information note that you're describing would have gone to Gauteng traffic, because that's the source of the information.
That is the source of information.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, can traffic enforcement can they investigate from you based on your knowledge?
Big no.
Big no.
Big no.
Okay. Then we're going to go back to your main statement.
Criminal
want
matters,
to-
sorry, Commissioner,
you want to
criminal matters are
elaborate?
investigated by the police.
You spoke
And
at
then
the,
other-
sorry, you
and
spoke at
oth-
the, sorry, you spoke at the same time. Please repeat that.
I was saying criminal matters are investigated by the police. Unless, not the traffic officer, unless other investigative agencies have been mandated to do so. But not the traffic police. They've got their own responsibilities. No case will ever be referred to them, a criminal matter for investigation. That's a big no. Thank you, Commissioner.
So they cannot conduct a drug bust. Let's just be specific because we are dealing here with a drug bust at Aeroton or at Roycop. You're saying under no circumstances can Mashaba lead a drug bust.
He cannot, Commissioner.
Colonel, we're going to go.
He remains the source of information. Thank you,
Colonel,
Commissioner.
I struggle sometimes when you pause for effect.
Sorry.
But I'll take my cue when you say thank you, and then I'll proceed. If we can then go back to your statement, we were at paragraph 14. So you then say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and you started the processing of the scene. Can you take us through that?
Paragraph 14.
Yes.
I was also approached by Captain Optov.
Oh, my apologies. Paragraph 14 of your main statement, the one before the commission.
Okay.
So file 1. Because you'll see in the one that you were reading, after you deal with
Okay.
the interviews, you then
Which
deal with
says-
processing. So we are,
All this time, the scene,
Yes.
all this time, the scene was not cordoned. And with the assistance of Warrant Officer Pume and Warrant Officer Machebe, we cordoned the scene. And Colonel Stein arrived at about 12 o'clock. He asked if, spell check, that was supposed to be, if there will be any other assistance that I will be needing. And I said, local criminal record center will be needed together with officer who will be offloading the bags from the black Nissan bag so that the scene can be properly investigated.
Colonel, when you say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and with the assistance of the 2 warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene, which cordoning off did you do?
Can I get that?
Maybe if we go to the pictures again, maybe let's go to 103 of the sketch.
103.
Are you able to, oh, my apologies.
Yes, I'm still there.
Are you able to explain what cordoning off you did?
103.
Yes.
Page 103, that's where the sketch plan is.
Yes, I see this.
Yes, and just before
But
you...
I can see she's not on the same page. We are not.
No, I am.
Yes, but a difficulty I have is that I don't see what depicts the black buggy and the poison's marked police vehicle
On the sketch plan.
on the sketch plan. Can you show me those?
You are correct. I'm not the, I did not draft this sketch plan, Commissioner.
I'm not suggesting that you did. I just wanted to know if you can, or rather you see the depiction of those on there. You don't. You also don't.
I don't.
There was a sketch prepared by the photographer where she explains where each car was, and there was an affidavit accompanying it. Is it in the stain file or something?
It was in the stain files. There's a key to the
There's a
sketch.
key, yes.
My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. It's also in this file. It's just that because the pictures come before, there's an interruption between the sketch plan and it's on page 18. 180, yes.
118.
No, 18. 18.
You want to maybe pull out 18 and then go back to 103 and then deal with the questions?
Yes, I'm at 118, Commissioner.
So when you look at page 103, can you help by just describing what was cordoned off? You see from that page with the key, it will show you that point E was the red car, which was parked in front of a container. B was the black bakkie where the drugs were loaded, and A was the truck.
Yes, I can see it.
Which means
Which
the
means
poisons police vehicle is not where it should be. I don't know, maybe when the sketch was drawn, it was not there. Because then it should be in front of B.
it should be in front of B. I agree.
All right.
Yes, so my question is, you say that you, with the two warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene. So I was just trying to understand what was cordoned off.
In fact, here, Commissioner, even though I don't know where the coordinating tape is, but what I understand,
I did see a picture that has
Yeah,
the yellow
I think it will be proper if we could-
ribbon that you normally use. It appears clearly in front of the truck, but I don't know where
yes.
it starts and where it ends.
If you look at page 37, the issue with the pictures is because they are close up, they don't quite show the entire area that was cordoned off. But page 37 clearly shows it in
Yeah,
front of
Yes.
the bakkie. And
Maybe
if you go
Ms.
to
Paway,
page
if you-
40,
Page 19 as well, photo 1. It gives a wider view. And the police van is there. So maybe look at that as well, in addition to the sketch and the other pictures.
yes, so, yes, thank you, Commissioner Balo. At page 19, it's a little faint, but there's a tape that runs from the truck, the yellow truck. It seems to go over the van, can you see that?
Yes.
And runs towards the container. I'm just not sure where it stops.
I believe, because if you can see on page 19, it must be starting at the cab of the parked truck, go through the bakkie, then up to this other container that is in front of the red Kia. Because between these two trucks, there is a black bakkie in there. That is where the drugs, that is where we cordon for those drugs that are in between the truck and the truck with a container on top.
And then again, if you look at page 40, it should show you the other side. Can you see at photo 38?
40 or 14?
40.
Sorry. Sorry.
Can you see there's a tape
Yes,
that also runs behind, what looks like
The
behind
black
the,
yes.
okay. So is it fair to say that the truck and the container, and obviously the contents in between were what was cordoned off?
Correct, that is correct.
And we've learned from testimony that there's an inner and an outer cordoning off. Was this an inner cordoning off of the scene?
This is the inner.
And did you then do the outer?
No.
All right. Then you say Colonel Steyn arrived and he offered assistance. So when he arrived, was this now the first time you're calling on other services like the LCRC?
That is correct.
And he then indicated, maybe just for clarification, what did you ask him to do? To call LCRC and?
Colonel Steyn is coordinating members of drug section.
Yes.
So his presence at the scene was of assistance because wherever I will overstep or do something, I will still go to him and request for an assistance. If maybe there is something wrong that we did, but because when I introduced him to the scene, he said, no, I think you are still on point. But I said, Colonel, can you, at least for now, assist in calling these relevant stakeholders? Because we have not yet, we started only with the interview. We have not yet done that. Because now, I've got a clear picture of what is happening. Can we have this? LCRC should be the first to be called before we can then take back, but we can no longer take them back to the container. We cannot try to rectify what was messed up. The only thing was to say, now these people that, according to me, are defeating, we are now going to show them that this is what we have killed from our scene. The possibility that we must get the DNA from those packaged stuff had you left the scene in its original state. Now that everybody is involved, taken it, then the chances of us getting the DNA, the fingerprints, are very slim, because we will find a lot of them. Then the direction to take it will be, we have to do the elimination of fingerprints, to say, we have to, have you touched this bag? You remember, nobody will ever say, this is the one that was touched by me. Then we have to, when you do elimination, because if I touch, when they check the fingerprints, should they come across mine, they will know that this was the person who was at the scene. Then we do elimination. Who else touched this? But when everybody touched, now we make it difficult for the LCRC person to get, because we must remember, if I'm in charge of the scene, I give direction to the LCRC member. This is what I want. I want to extract or to check the existence of any DNA on the item. Fingerprints that can link to origin, to the origin of the person who packaged, because Maruma and others never packaged those things. That is the discrepancies that I caused on that scene. Then Colonel Steyn called LCRC, which is a standard procedure, which is one of the requirements, which is the first thing that one have to do at the scene. Before, even because there was no commissioners, there was no agent, there was nothing that forced that thing to be speedily done. It is at a secure place. It arrived at its owner. You just tell the owner, let this container and this truck remain as is. There is something that I want to check. We have received this type of info. This is the introduction that you will never be suspicious when you call somebody like this. I'm at your place, I'm suspecting this. So can you, with your assistance, let this be as is until the people that I will be requesting come and assist. That was supposed to be done that way.
Colonel, before I go too far, just to put it to you, Pakula testified yesterday that he ordered the cordoning off. Just to confirm that you deny that it is your team that ultimately did
He
the
would be
cordoning.
lying.
All right, thank you.
And sorry, Commissioner. Pakula is working for Nino. If I have to explain, like I explained about Mashaba,
Yes.
Pakula is working at Nino. Okay. Sorry. Pakula is working at Nino because we engaged during the interview. He's working at Nino. And there was a point that I even showed to him that you only investigate cases that have been referred to your office. You don't initiate investigations. Certain cases that are referred to head office are investigated by them. Physical investigation, not to involve on the scene. That is his role and the part of investigation. I can even further to say he knows nothing about drugs, unless if maybe he said he knows. They investigate complaints. Where if you have opened a case somewhere, then there is a feeling that the investigation is not properly done. When they are referring the cases to them, then that is theirs.
I mean, it has to be referred to formally on paper. There has to be a document that goes to them to say, investigate this.
That is correct. I even informed his Colonel Shipungu, told them both. I had an engagement with Shipungu, but that was a destructive engagement by him because he was trying to distract. I pointed to him those points that you must remember, Colonel, you are now interfering. Colonel Shipungu.
And maybe on this point, just to be clear, what it is, what the position is, in fact, what Warrant Officer Pakula said is that he investigated blue light robberies. Let me read what he says. He says, my duties included investigation at national level of blue light robberies, airport following robberies, and then head office inquiry files, which seems to be what you're describing, that it is matters referred to them. But that's the third thing that he says. The first two, he investigates blue light robberies and airport following robberies. Are you saying he doesn't do that? He works only on referral?
Works on referral.
Only?
Only.
Okay, thank you.
Then, Colonel, you say that you indicated to Colonel Steyn that you also needed officers to offload. That would have been once LCRC is there.
Once LCRC is there.
All right. And then we can move to paragraph 15.
Colonel Steyn then indicated that Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris will assist me in handling those bags loaded in the Nissan Buggy. And whilst we were waiting for LCRC to come, I continued interviewing four male persons. That was pointed to me by Warrant Officer. That was pointed to me. That is Warrant Officer Mohana, Pakula, Mashaba, and Tumelungu. The outcome of the interview led to the arrest of Warrant Officer
Of the four.
Of the four I mentioned, details contained in the police case docket, Boyson's Case 98 of 7/2021, which I therefore refer to NJS1, which is my A1 statement in that Boyson's case, Commissioners.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Woods,
Wait, my apologies, Colonel. Before you move on to that paragraph, just to understand, you are saying that the outcome of the interview leads then to their arrest. And at this stage, if I'm understanding, you are still waiting for LCRC. The bags haven't been offloaded, neither have they been opened.
yes.
So in terms of the interview leading to the arrest, at that stage, what were you arresting them for?
Now, Commissioners, I indicated earlier on that their action led me to believe that their action were intended to defeat the end of justice. That was the first thing that I told them. I further said, should other investigation prove you otherwise, then you will be charged with possession, with dealing in drugs, because of this, the magnitude and the originality and others. Here you are not possessing. This is pure dealing. That is what I told them.
Okay, so at this stage, they understood that they were going to be arrested for defeating the ends of justice.
That is correct.
You can
That-
then, oh, my apologies, Colonel.
No, I'm fine. I think there was some, but that is, that one, the one that I wanted to say, I think is maintained in my statement. I can,
Okay, so we can go to paragraph 16.
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested persons, made a call.
My apologies, 16.
Warrant Officer Woods of LCRC arrived at around 14 hours or so. And in the presence of all four now arrested, in the presence of the arrested, now Captain Norkia, Warrant Officer Morris, and Machebe started offloading the black sports bag wrapped with black masking tape from the black Nissan. The first bag was unwrapped, and the content inside was brick-like. And I took it because they were about, these bags, they were about 23, but having different numbers of those brick-likes. The first bag, if I still remember well, it was containing around 23 bricks, which, according to my knowledge, each brick was estimated to be 1 kilogram. Then, of which I can arrive to a conclusion that, which means the black bag one could be estimated at 23 kg. That was my assertion of what was happening. Then I took one of those bricks in the presence of the four, indicating to them, before I could say, I suspect this to be drug, I have to have reasons. Then I took a pin, pressed it on this, then I did that as demonstrated, and to say, you see, then now I can come to a conclusion. Guys, according to me, I will say, you will be dealing in drugs. Your actions of defeating, to me, suggest that you are also dealing in these drugs. That is when I arrived at that arrest, Commissioners.
Colonel, when you opened one and took a pin to see the contents or the powdery substance. Where was Officer Stein, Morris, Norkia? Were they also?
Okay. This is how the scene was processed. Macheve, Morris, and Dale, Norkia, they are responsible for the offloading. Everything that they are doing, I'm now in charge. I'm the scene manager. I'm saying to them, there was for sure one example of bag that was opened that shows how we opened that one. Then I said, you open one. I want to show this gentleman that what is inside the bags, because they are clueless. They don't know what is in the bag. Then that is when I can't recall whether it was Morris, Machebe, or Norkia, but that is when that was opened. And then one brick brought to me, performed that exercise. Then it was taken to a side so that it cannot be counted with, it cannot be put in the same seal bag as those. Should Warrant Officer want to further his investigation with regard to the DNA testing. That is what I did, we did.
And was Warrant Officer Woods present for that process?
That is correct.
And was this then the bag that was opened photographed as well?
Before we open the bag, we request him, take the bag at its original state. We are now doing demonstration. Open, you take it, then we are opening it. You open, then we are counting. We count, he put them aside. After counting, he took photograph of those.
So if we can go to page, maybe from 56. That's an earlier one.
Okay, can I, it's a suggestion and you can reject it if it doesn't make sense, because these photos are not very clear. In the stain file 109 and 111, where we have better color photos, I don't know if that will help or if you're confident that this one will show us what we need to see.
No, I'm trying to glance at the site because I had asked for the stain file to be loaded. I'm just checking if it's ready.
I think stain 109 and 111 maybe gives us a better picture of.
Yes, yes. Yes, so you started by opening, by photographing it as it was on the van, and then as you open each bag and unwrap.
That is correct.
There are other pictures in the stain file. It's at the beginning of the exhibit.
Page 4 and 5.
Yes. Colonel, can you confirm that that's a representation? So at page 4, you see all of the bags offloaded, all of them are closed. Then 5 is one bag opened.
Yes.
Can you see that? And then at 6 is where all of them are at least one bag is unpacked.
6, yes, I see it.
No, I just wanted you to confirm that's what you were describing.
Yes, this is what I was describing, Commissioner.
And then also, you say there were there are clearly images on the bricks themselves. There's a Red Bull on some,
Yes, there's a Red Bull on some.
and
Others you can see there are eagle, it's an
at
eagle
page
line.
8,
A seagull, we were told.
Sorry?
Seagull.
at page 8.
Yes.
And just to get a sense, had you seen these pictures before, or this kind of marking before?
Yeah, before this incident,
Yes,
yes, I came across a lot.
these very ones.
This branding are common in my investigation of drugs. I've come across them before. I've worked off at the airport, intercepted some of these.
All right. And then you indicate that once you took a pin and inserted, and you saw the powdery white substance, which you say you concluded or suspected that it was cocaine.
Correct.
You then informed the 4 that they were arrested for now defeating the ends of justice and an additional charge of dealing in drugs.
That is correct.
And now, did the counting of these exhibits happen in front of the accused, or the suspects? My apologies.
Immediately when Warrant Officer Woods arrived, when we offload, the 4 of them were made to be present to see, so that they must not come at a later stage and claim that one of the bag was moved in a suspicious manner, might be missing. So the counting, everything, offloading back, because they were not counting when they were loading. That is what I have detected when on my interview with Mohana, because I wanted to know how many bags are in this bag. He could not state.
So in the process of offloading, unwrapping, and counting, what of it did they witness?
What?
Which aspects of it did they witness? Just the offloading and the one bag being opened, or the entire process of processing
they
the
have
bag?
They have to see the entire process. Offloading, opening, counting, sealing. Because after counting, after having done everything, now we have to put them on our own forensic bag, not the sports bag, on our own forensic bag.
Okay. Officer Mahan testified that he only witnessed some and not the entire process of counting.
I will say that was his selective way of wanting to admit certain and leaving others. He was present at all times.
And in fact, I think it's all of them who denied being part of the entire process. But I'll just put that to you. And just to take a step back, when you said you've seen the insignia before, the seagull and the bull, was that ever linked to any cases that you can recall?
I can get, was it ever linked
Yes.
to any place?
A drug cartel or something that you can recall?
What I can recall, or what I've identified during my term as an investigator in this, the only thing that I can testify or that I can tell this commission is to say they were coming from the same direction.
Direction being?
they were from Sao Paulo in Brazil also. All, if not, most of that I've dealt with. I don't have to say all because I don't know of others, but that I was dealing with regard to this insignia and others. They were tracked to be from the same direction, which is Brazil. Like these ones, they were loaded at a port of, that port in Sao Paulo.
Santo,
So?
Porto Santo something.
Port of Santos in Sao Paulo.
And have you, in the past, where you've seen this, identified the recipients?
The challenge is here. Most of the people that you are arresting, you can see that they are being used. They will be charged with possession, but they are not able to explain where they're taking them to. Even because I have to inform this commission, some will just come through these couriers. When we look at the address, if you go to the address, you will find maybe they can either give you an address, but when you go at the address, they can even give my own address, my address, because they will be knowing the courier people. They make a call because they will be knowing where they go. The person, that the intended recipient, will be just an ordinary person. When we get into address, the owners of the place, we will find them not to know the person who is, because he has
Meaning
never.
they are not expecting a consignment.
They are not expecting consignment. That is the tricky part of this type of
Is
investigation.
your point that you always identify the couriers but never the kingpins?
Never the kingpins.
Thank you, Colonel. And then just in relation to Warrant Officer Woods, if you can go to page 17 of the exhibit bundle, the big file.
Yes, I'm on 17, Commissioner.
You'll see there at, can you just read paragraphs 4 and 5?
Yes. At 14, due to the request from Detective Warrant Officers, I attended an alleged scene of crime at Omni Park, Ireton Drive. The scene and certain points were indicated to me by Detective Warrant Officer Jose after I made my own observation. I took photos of the alleged scene of crime.
Right. So you see what she says there differs from your recollection. Could it be that she came earlier? Or because on your affidavit you say she arrived at around 1400 hours, and in the presence of the accused, you offloaded the vehicle, and you also testified that you would have been the one who would have told her, laid out the scene for her.
When she arrived at the scene, I personally spoke to her.
Yes.
Or maybe, I don't know, when she was drafting this, the person that she knows there was Rehozo or others. But I remember explaining to her what was happening. But I cannot dispute what she's saying. The reason being, she wanted to know what was, I don't know, because she has got a format of completing the people, like the people who introduced her to the scene. I don't know whether when she arrived, she met with Rukhoso. Then on that pro forma statement, where you enter the name of people, she entered. But I don't want to say much about that because that is her testimony.
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
Do you think she arrived only 15 minutes after you had arrived at the scene? I'm asking that looking at paragraphs 6 and 7 of your statement, your main statement. You got a call at 11 and you arrived at the scene 30 minutes later, which would have been 11:30. And she says she arrived at the scene at 11:45.
With regard to her arrival, but I remember everything was done at around 2.
Yeah, all right.
So, for the sake of not trying to be lost on the issue of the time of the arrival time, maybe, I would say maybe, but the whole scene, when it was started to be processed, it was around that time of 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And I see the arrests, if you just go to the Section 35 certificates, the arrest of these 4 people was at around 1:15. So it's possible that Officer Wood is correct that all these things were happening around 12 o'clock and not at 2 o'clock,
Not
as you
true.
suggest.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Because all 4 people signed their Section 35 rights certificate at 13:15.
That might be correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. Then can we go to paragraph 17?
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested person, made a call on his cell phone, and he wanted me to speak to the person he was calling. And that person introduced himself to me as Brigadier Shibiri, and he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution. And I said they are under arrest, and his reply was, no problem, okay, no problem.
Just to understand, did you know where Brigadier Shibiri was from?
What?
Where was he from?
I was told it's at organized crime. I don't know whether it was at the provincial organized crime or what.
And when he says he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution, what does that mean?
I did not want to understand, because I said, Brigadier, these people are under arrest. No further explanation.
What did you ask? What did you understand him to be asking you?
Maybe he did not want us to proceed or to take that direction that we are taking of arrest. That is my thinking now, to say, oh, but then, not now. Because he is saying, don't we have any other thing that we can do other than that? No, I said they are under arrest. He said, no, thank you.
Oh, so you understood him to be asking
Yes. Then
maybe not arrest.
Then in one of my discussion, because that call, I still have to relay it to my superiors to say, I got this strange call from this person. I remember, I said, General Kadwa, but that was not on the day. But I said, on that day I got, when we were doing the presentation now on the cell phone records, I was saying, General Kadwa, I got a call from a person who identified himself as Shibiri, whilst we were still there at the scene. He said, no, he also phoned me. He wanted to know. Because when he was calling me, I said, just bear in mind, I'm working this with my general. He is here. He dropped. That is when he said, okay, he dropped. Then when I'm relaying the incident to General Kadwa, I say, I got this call, which is, to me, it was strange, from Brigadier Shibir. Then he said, he also phoned me. I said, what did he say? He said, no, arrest them. On that call, General Kato said, he received, if the record, the cell phone records could state, it will show that it was Mashaba and then General Kato, because he did not call me on my phone. He was phoned by Mashaba. After dropping the call, then he called General Kato. That is what I got as and when I was presenting on what looked
called-
suspicious.
Who called Kadwa? Shibiri or
Shibiri.
Mashaba?
Shibiri.
And just to make sure I follow, to you, he asked about amicable solution. To General Kadwa, he said arrest.
Arrest.
All right. Then you can proceed to paragraph 18.
We continued to process the scene, and Captain Norkia and Morris were recording the exhibit, and as part of my investigation, I confiscated all the cell phones of the arrested person.
Okay. Colonel, can we stop here? Just to understand, Captain Norke and Warrant Officer Morris were processing the exhibits. Did you play any part in the recorder of that process?
I must at all times be present when they are doing this. In the counting, in their entering those exhibits, because Colonel Stein also what he did, he arranged for the book, the SAP-13 book, to be brought to the scene so that everything can be recorded at the scene.
Let's understand the answer. Ms. Powe asks, did you play any part? And your answer is, I must always be present. So were you present watching as they were counting, or were you part of the counting in that you also did counting?
They were counting in my presence. I was not,
You were not counting?
I was not physically counting.
And you were not putting into into
I was not
exhibit
putting
bags?
them in the evidence bag, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
So while you were watching, did they tell you about the final numbers?
Yes,
Do you recall?
but I think
If you don't recall, it's also okay.
I can't recall, but I know they were, when I was estimating, when I was compiling, I said they are about half a ton. That was my conclusion, to say those kilograms, as long as they are above 500, which means they are above a ton.
There's a record somewhere,
No, because
even
they
if
are,
you don't recall off the top of your head.
I'll take you there.
I can't remember, there were seven.
There should be.
There must be seven something.
7
Because
years.
that was, yes, what they told me, the number that they told me is around 7 something. 7,
Yes, I think that's the figure we were given.
715 is the number.
715, 715.
Yes. Just to say that we've heard testimony. In fact, we've just looked at Morris's statement where he deals with, maybe let's just go to page 6.
Of which bundle?
The one, the big one in front of you.
Page?
6. Can you see, it's a statement. It's a statement from Warrant Officer Morris. And if you go to paragraph 9, he then itemizes or lists the number of bricks that have been placed in each forensic bag. Can you see that?
Yes.
And when you count, so the number that he's listed as 16 packages, if you add all of those numbers together, you only get to 700.
I'm lost, Commissioner.
So you see how he says from the first sport kit bag, we placed 18 packages into the unique forensic bag number X.
Yes,
And then again, he says 14 packages into unique bag number X.
yes,
Now, if you count the number of packages listed, you only get to 700.
yes.
The same happens when you look at the SAP 13 register. I'm just trying to find the
Which
statement.
is,
Which is on page 277 of that same file. Are you there?
yes, I'm on 277.
Yeah, you'll see there again, it will list the evidence bag number, and then it will describe how many packages were in that evidence bag.
That is correct.
Except there's one of them where the total number hasn't been set out. But if you take that bag number and check it alongside Warrant Officer Morris's statement, you'll see the number there. But when you calculate the number of packages, you add them together again. Based on the SAP 13, you also again just get to 700.
That is correct.
Maybe to complete the point, when the lab then does a count of the same 29 bags, the total there is 715.
On page,
If you go to page 313, my apologies. That is the statement, the 212 statement of Modise. And if you go to paragraph 3, are you there?
313, yes.
Yes. You'll see there, she says that she was on duty and received 49 sealed evidence bags and lists all of the unique numbers. And then at the last sentence, says the total number of solid substance block was 715.
Where?
The last sentence of
Above
paragraph 3.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes, so there seems to have been a mistake in the counting of.
Is the explanation perhaps, I don't know, I'm not sure about the chronology, but I remember Colonel Stein saying that one of the bricks got stuck onto the side of the bags, and it was stuck there as a result of the adhesive tape, and that it was taken and put together with the rest at a later stage. Perhaps that may not be the explanation, but I remember that detail. Where it fits in the bigger scheme of things, I have no idea.
Yes,
or is
Chair.
it already accounted for where you take us to the 700, 700?
No, it only just creates another mistake, which is that would have been the 716th block. And that's explained, if you look at page 310, there's an affidavit by a Mabasa that deals with the additional brick that was received, and that's after the 715. And just to say that I think, if I recall, Colonel Stein did accept that there is a mistake. Similarly, and we'll deal with the Gerber report, remember the internal report from DPCI, also noted that there were mistakes in the counting of the exhibits. Were you aware of this?
Of the counting. What
Yes.
what I remember, Commissioner, is that with regard to the one that was left somewhere, I think in the docket, Captain Norkia brought me another statement to say, this is the last one that was submitted to forensic. Then I attached it because he said, when we reached there, we found that the numbers are not tallying. So then this is what we did. We traced, then this back, I don't know, but there was an explanation to that by Colonel Norkia, by Captain Norkia, to say, this is an additional statement
Yes.
of resubmitting
Yes,
the ones that were not part of the first one that was sent. I got that report.
Yes, the explanation was that Warrant Officer Woods, when they took all of the packaging material for testing, that one of the blocks was stuck in the adhesive because all of the bags are wrapped in tape. So when they were running that analysis, they discovered that one of the bricks was stuck, and they gave it to the DPCI, Warrant Officer Norkia.
And of which
And
I
that was then taken a month later to the lab, bringing the count to 716.
that one I agree.
Yes, so I'm just, so you had no knowledge of the discrepancies in the counting?
When Captain Norkia was giving me this second statement, that is when I became aware that not all bricks were submitted at the same time there. But of the report, on the report of, you said the Gerber report, I was not aware of that report.
All right. Then, just to complete what happens along the exhibits, you know that the exhibits were then submitted to Boyson's, SAP 13. Do you know anything about the movement of the exhibits?
I kept on checking because we work at it as a team to say, when are you submitting those exhibits? Because Captain Norkia informed me that, even I think Colonel Stein informed that, you must remember that the station commander of Boyson's does not want those drugs to be kept there for a long time. Then I am then informed that forensic is saying they don't have a space. They are making an arrangement on the date on which they can send them to forensic.
And who gives you this update?
Sorry?
Who's telling you this?
I'm informed by Colonel Stein.
Okay, and then you know that Boyson's doesn't want them, and the lab is saying that they'll give you a date on which to give them. What happens in that intervening period? What do you know of what happens?
Then Later on, I was told by Captain Norkie that an arrangement has been done that they be removed from Boysen's SAPS and they will be kept at Pretoria College. There is a good space, there is a safe there that they can lock them there.
And from your knowledge and experience, was that appropriate?
I will say any movement or any chain should be substantiated by a statement. If they say Pretoria College has got a safe, one will have to submit a statement to say, because that chain must not be broken. The continuous possession of those drugs must have a clear passage to say they've went then, and it must also be stated their originality, referring to after the packaging. When forensic receives them, they must receive them in the state at which they were packaged. So that is why I'm saying any movement, any person who will be coming across that exhibit must submit the statement. If, like I was told by Captain Norkia, they said there was an arrangement that they be kept at Pretoria College. I don't know whether the Pretoria College, they were referring to the Pretoria Police Training College or what, but the indication to me was they will be kept at Pretoria College.
Now, we know from testimony that the college or the area in which the exhibits were kept is not a SAP safe. There's no, the check-ins that are usually done at SAP registers, so, and a clerk and all of that, that doesn't exist at a college. It's essentially a strong room.
That I was not aware of. And that I was not part of that arrangement.
And is it appropriate, though, based on your knowledge?
I will say it is appropriate only if I have acquainted myself with this, the type of the security where it is supposed to be. Because if I can now say it is not appropriate, and then the evidence is brought to me that it was a safe, the police were in charge of the keys, there was 24-hour guard, no one else has laid his hand on those exhibits, then if it was done that way, I will say it's appropriate. But if it was just dropped or taken to a place where the security is questionable, that I won't accept to be appropriate.
You were no longer personally responsible for the custody of
No,
the substance or substances.
no.
Colonel, if I remember the testimony of Colonel Steyn correctly, he had testified that there were no cameras and that there wasn't a guard directly in front of where it was kept. There are, of course, guards around the college. Does that in any way change your answer?
It can't change my answer.
All right. And then just to complete this, we also heard testimony that when the exhibits arrived at the labs, the lab noted that there were small tears in the exhibit bags, necessitating Norkia and Morris to put 8 of the bags into new evidence bags. Were you aware of this?
That is a common practice, but I was not aware of this one.
All right. And just generally, as the investigating officer, how far does your oversight of these processes go? So, at the scene, you are very clear that you witnessed everything and they did it, but you were there, it was in your presence. After that, when it comes to the movement of your exhibits, what exactly is your role? Or is it very limited?
That is why I'm saying there were some taskings to say you will be assisted. In terms of movement, once there is a team that has taken the custody of the exhibit, that remains with them. Mine is just to get each and every statement of the movement to say this is what we did, so that it can still maintain the integrity of my evidence. So, but if certain facts are not disclosed to me, then that I can say that can be questionable.
And just to complete the picture of what happens with the exhibits, I do note that by 2022, you were no longer in this investigation. Am I correct?
Correct.
We know from testimony that sometime in 2024, the lab discovers that 136 kilograms
In
is
2024?
unaccounted for, yes.
What happened? Sorry.
136 kilograms is unaccounted for in what remains with the lab.
That is news to me.
All right, thank you. Colonel, then let's move to paragraph 19.
I have noticed in the downloading record of all accused that Mashaba did not know Mohana before 09/07/2021, and they were introduced to each other by a person stored as Police Albertine, who became to be known to me as Warrant Officer Pokungwana, who at the time was hospitalized for COVID.
Thank you. Colonel, just to get the timeline here, you confiscated the phones on the day, and then you mentioned that when you noticed something in the downloading. When did the downloading happen?
Even though I cannot give the exact, but my investigation in terms of the gadgets, they were quick, because within a space of a week, I had already identified, before we could go for their bail application. That is when I identified through when they were checking, because I kept in contact with the people doing downloading. They said, there you are having a strong case. There is this communication. Then I went and checked, because that thing must be completely done. I just needed something at the initial part of my investigation to say, no, with this, now I'm armed with the charge of dealing in drugs. Based on the first communication chat that I got from Mku's phone. Because the reason why I requested it to be done, his presence at the scene created a lot of doubt. I wanted to know, this person is here. This person is here an informer, but maybe I can get something on him. That is when I was called to say, no, there is this suspicious communication.
All right, so are you saying that within the space of a week, at least a preliminary assessment had been done, analysis had been done?
And
Some sort of preliminary analysis had been done?
Yes.
But that you were still
But it was
undertaking
not yet,
further?
it was not yet compiled to me to say, now you can use it as a complete part of our digital investigation.
Okay, so you were given some information about it, but the complete analysis wasn't done yet.
No, it wasn't done yet.
Okay. And then you say that you noticed that Mashaba didn't know Mohana, and that they met each other through Pokungwane, which seems like it's on that day. What did you make of this?
The issue of Warrant Officer Pokungwane, it was detected on the cell phone records. This communication says, if I still remember, it says, we are not happy about our consignment being intercepted at Isipingo on the 22 of June, 2021. You remember, mine is done on the 9th. Then this part of communication speaks to the thing that happened a month earlier, which is June, on the 22nd of June. This is that communication says. Now the police get people who will secure and make sure that the police does not intercept this. This is the instruction given to Nku. Nku now is forwarding this message to Mashaba. General, organize members. The people are not happy. This communication on itself now brought conclusion to me. Now, I'm now in the case to say, the people now that are brought, which is Mohana and Pakula, because they wanted the real soldiers. These are the real soldiers.
Can you please take us step by step through everything you are saying now? If you are saying it based on the statement of somebody, please take us there.
No, this is only based.
Everything that you are saying now.
Okay.
Step by step, take us there, please.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. Cell phones were seized. They were taken for downloading. Then evidence that came out of the downloading, which I cannot all explain now because we have to do the presentation. I remember I even did the presentation to different head of the provinces. Then that evidence came through that communication. Then it was speaking to Pokungwa. In fact, the people that
Are
I
you
can...
talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
Sorry, ma? Sorry.
Are you talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
The WhatsApp chats that were obtained in the download. They were speaking about Warrant Officer Pokungwane. Pokungwane said, I will get you somebody. Then there was, after that, there was WhatsApp calls. Then it shows that these people called each other, Pokungwane and Mashaba. The calls lasted for, I cannot now, but it shows that is when he was submitting the telephone number of Nku. Because on the WhatsApp chat he said, you will get one. Then after that call, Mashaba is making a call too.
Just a minute. Colonel, we feel that you are not giving us sufficient detail. You seem to be proceeding from the premise that the information is available somewhere there. Yes, it is, but for purposes of our own record, because we will have to make our own findings, we want the detail for ourselves. Perhaps we should take the lunch adjournment at this stage, come back at 2 p.m. And if you want to lay your hands on the presentation you are referring to, please do so over the lunch break. We want details. What did the chat say? Who said what to whom? And you must take us through that step by step for the narrative to make sense to us. We don't want to read between the lines. Am I making sense?
It makes sense, Commissioner, but
Yes.
now the problem is because I even may try to make an arrangement to say those who are now having the docket and those who were having, because I think that was left with the Jamestown people for further investigation. I don't know, but it is there. I spoke to the analyst at some stage when I was requested to, because I said, I think certain evidence need to be presented. Then he said the laptop crashed. But what he's he's having, he said Beaker, what on, I think it's on Excel or what.
But it may be enough for the immediate for us to tell a story that flows, that makes sense, that tells us who said what to whom. Surely you remember part of that, if not all of that, off the top of your head. The detail may not necessarily be what is contained in the document, but all we want is for you to tell us a coherent story. Thus far, the story is not coherent at all. Say there were WhatsApp chats, and then we're left in the dark as to the detail. Am I making sense?
Commissioner, you are still making sense.
Yeah.
I will just make sure that I make a phone call to say if there is still that, they can just make sure that they email such so that it can be presented here.
Perhaps,
that
perhaps
will
Ms.
indicate.
Perhaps Ms. Bowe will come to your rescue. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Yes, Chair, we do have some information at our disposal. If we can just take the lunch adjournment, I'll
Yes.
discuss with Colonel if we have the same thing, and if not,
Yes.
I'll assist him to make means.
Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
in June,
Isipingo one.
the Isipingo.
Yes, thank you.
Which is, it was concerned. Yes.
And then, Colonel, from that communication, do you know if Mr. Mashaba activated anyone else? So we know that he tried Pokungwana and got a number for Mahane. Did he make any other calls during that time to other police officials?
There was a WhatsApp call, Commissioner, to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke. But I cannot state the time, but it happened around, it can be around 9:10. In that communication, there can be that communication that he contacted Maluleke on WhatsApp on that day.
And I don't suppose you remember the time of this,
I don't remember.
whether
the
it
time,
was early,
but it was earlier.
it was earlier. And just to clarify which Maluleke you're talking about, because there were two Malulekes on the scene, which one do you say was contacted by Mr. Mashaba?
It was Maluleke of Pretoria, who was working
In
at
Tom's.
organized crime in Pretoria.
I think it's a lieutenant colonel.
He's a Lieutenant Colonel Madlanga.
And were those then the only three police officers contacted early by Mr. Mashaba?
Except for, the police officers that were contacted, except for the one that he contacted, the brigadier. That happened in my presence.
Oh, no. So that was later in the day. You mean Brigadier Shibir?
Yes.
All right. And you weren't able to pick up from this analysis who calls Sergeant Pakula?
Pakula is called by Mahan.
All right.
By Sergeant, you mean warrant officer now?
Warrant officer
Or
now.
because there's the sergeant who's the younger brother
Yes, certainly.
of K9, yes.
Yes, it's just to clarify, warrant officer now, who
Yes,
testified
Warrant Officer
yesterday. So this also then covers, maybe can you please read paragraph 20?
Before you leave the text, are you leaving the text? Are you leaving the text? There's this WhatsApp chat in stain file 115. If stain, if Colonel can just tell us if he has been able to identify.
115.
Yeah. Whether in your investigation and analysis you were able to identify the parties to that WhatsApp communication.
Yes, I'm seeing them.
Are you familiar with this communication?
Yes.
I must say to you, we're getting it from newspaper articles, so we're not clear what the source is. But during the course of your investigation, did you come across this?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us who are the parties to this chat?
Sorry, Commissioner, I did not.
Are you able to tell us who was communicating in this chat?
This communication is between this person, Alpha, and Nku.
Nku. So is Alpha the business person?
No, sorry, I'm sorry. This communication is in the screenshot of Nku, which means it's a communication between this person who is sending this communication. He shows Nku. In fact, it seems there were two people talking aside. Now this other one want to prove to Nku that this is the level at which we are, because it is in Nku's screenshot. That will suggest to say it cannot be him communicating with others. He just screenshot the communication of other two people that were raising this concern, which means he wanted to show those on the ground how the bosses are worried about the consignment.
So I'm sure we'll get the full analysis later on. For now, you say this is what was found in Nku's phone and it was in the form of a screenshot.
It was in the form of a
Thank you.
screenshot.
For it to make sense, the great chest should be by Nku or not, because those containers are still there, boss. And it's Nku that we know to have been on the ground. Give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Do you also think that's Nku, the gray, instead of the blue, or as opposed to the blue?
It can also suggest to that this person, that is why I'm saying, the only worry was that why now is it in a screenshot, but when you look at it, you can see it might be Nku, who is saying, give it until 7, I'm pressing.
And those containers are still there, yeah, okay. All right, thank you, thank you.
This is on 9 July. That's the day of this operation.
That was the day of the operation.
Yes, thank you.
And Colonel, just to tie it up, how many phones did you seize from Mr. Nku?
Commissioner, if maybe I can have the statement of confiscation of item, because now I cannot remember, but if I remember, some of those people they were having two cell phones. And what I've realized in the downloading, we did not get Pakula's state cell phone. It was not part of the downloading, if I still remember.
All right. Colonel, can you then read into the record paragraph 20? Because I think you've dealt with it in some ways.
Paragraph of my
20 of your statement, yes. Okay, so.
On the cell phone record of Madlanga found suspicious communication, which says the police must not intercept this consignment like the one happened in this bingo on the 2021-06-22, and Tumelo will then raise the same concern with Mashaba, who will promise that they will be safe. There was also a photo that shows it was taken from Apollonia ship that arrived in Durban from Sao Paulo, Brazil, that week.
Sorry, what was the photo?
On Tumelongu, there was a photo of the yellow jersey truck,
Okay,
but I'm not having it here, but those photos were there, the yellow jersey truck, the container.
okay, all right.
And then you say that you also found further encrypted communication on Trima.
One of them, this message that now we are talking about, it shows that it came from this encrypted communication known as Trima. It shows that it was not WhatsApp. It shows they were communicating on Trima.
And you say that then all of this communication was then put into this docket.
Was continued?
You say that this was then put into, all of this communication was put into the docket.
I had the communication, I had, in fact, everything when I left the docket, when it was sent to court, everything that I'm testifying about, they were in the docket.
And then Commissioners, can we move past the messages that were discovered on the phones? There'll be a further witness on the analysis. Then we can move to paragraph 22.
Maybe before we do that, we've heard from other witnesses, and I ask now, because paragraph 22 is a different day, it's the 10th. It's the next day. We've heard from other witnesses that General Khan arrived on the scene and spoke to people, gave instructions. We've heard that from Warrant Officer Pakula, and we've heard it, I think, from Mahane as well. It might be Stein as well, might have testified to that. You don't say anything about him in your statement, his presence at the scene on the 9th. Do you want to explain that?
Commissioners, I have not seen General Khan, but it only came to my knowledge that when I was just checking to say, there is this information that General Khan was there, but myself, I did not even engage with him. Then I was informed that there were two, in fact, there were two generals, except for General Khan.
The other general?
They said, they mentioned other general, I can't remember the same name, but I was told there were two generals, but that I did not even see. General Khan, I'm told he was there. I don't know whether that one will, the only information about General Khan, it will come in my statement,
Yes.
in this statement here.
So when you hear that, what you've heard about General Khan being on the scene, was it said he was on the scene before you arrived, or while you were there, you just did not see him?
Commissioners, when I was making a statement to IPIT, that is when I'm informed that I have been instructed by General Khan to arrest those members, of which I denied. Because during the time, or at that time when I was dealing with the information and interviewing of them, I did not see General Khan. I did not.
If he was present on the scene when you were there, considering the role that you were playing as the owner of the scene, you're now in charge of the scene, you would have seen him if he was as active, because I think what we've heard from the evidence is he spoke to Mashaba and Mahane, I think Pakula as well, asked them who are they, who are their superiors, and he called their superiors who answered the way they did about knowledge of these people being on the scene. We heard from Pakula that when LCRC was there, Pakula was introduced to Khan. Pakula went and spoke to Khan, and Khan told him to stand down. But before he stood down, he went to the motor vehicle that had the drugs, that black police car, to remove the seals that were on the passenger seat, and he was stopped from taking them. So according to Pakula, Khan was there at the same time as LCRC, and Khan was giving instructions or was active on there. My question to you is, you were in charge of the scene. You would have seen him if he did what Pakula describes.
Yes, I would have seen him if he did, as per the explanation by Pakula, I would have seen him.
But you are saying you did not see him.
And I did not know General Khan by then.
You didn't know him.
I didn't know General Khan by then.
You had never seen him.
I only came in contact with General Khan after this case.
And he was, according to this account, he was at the scene, he did not come to say, I'm here. No one said to you, General Khan is here. Nothing of sorts happened.
Commissioners, that what the reason why I only, when the IPT was questioning me, because I did not know, I asked General Kado, that was General Khan there at the scene? He said he was with him, and together with other general. I can't remember who that general was, but he told me about him. We did not even interact, me and him.
Did you see Kadwa at the scene?
General Kado was at the scene.
Who was he with?
He entered at the scene with Brigadier Loyal Colonel Ludik. And because that is why I said, where they stopped, that was where other people were. That will include the employee of that company. That is why even when my Brigadier Schobel, when arrived, she also stopped with them. Then she came to me at a later stage also, but she did not take part on what was happening. So I did not know General Khan. But
is it possible that he could have been there and you did not see him?
it can be possible, commissioners.
So you can't dispute that?
I can't dispute that one, I can't.
Can I assist here? Colonel, maybe let's go to the statements that are in the docket, because I think once you go through the statements, you'll see that he actually played a very significant role, and it would be odd that you didn't speak to him. Let's start with the statement of Mohobuya. It starts at page 113. 113.
Of the first bundle that I made.
Yeah, the big bundle. You will see there, that's the statement of a Mashile Mohoboya, who is or was a sergeant at the time. Do you recall him at all? Okay.
I can't remember
Now,
this one.
he gives an account of what was happening at the scene. Of importance, I think, let's go to paragraph 9. You'll see in the paragraphs preceding paragraph 9, he talks about the scene and how there was fights or arguments at the scene. And then at paragraph 9, he says, after General Khan arrived at the scene, he took over the scene and interviewed the first responder to the scene. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
And then he goes on to say that General Khan he was standing next to Mashaba, and I heard him saying, who called the general here? We want to leave with our things. If he didn't come here, we were going to leave. People like to call too much. I can make or start to call also if it will end up Sawa. You see that?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, so this officer is essentially saying that not only did General Khan arrive, but that General Khan took over the scene and seems to suggest that he was interviewing or at least talking to the suspects. Can you see that?
I'm seeing this statement.
Now, if we go to, let's go to page 170,
117.
170. And at 170, you'll see that's the statement of Bruce Paul Bok,
Yes,
who is the unit commander of serious and organized crimes.
yes,
So if we go to paragraph 2, the second sentence, he says, at 11:55, I received a telephone call from Major General Khan of CI, who also asked, me whether I had a Colonel Maluleke reporting to me, and that was in charge of the narcotic investigation within my unit, to which I responded in the affirmative. The general further stated that he was going to arrest my member who was on the scene, namely Colonel Maluleke and Sergeant Masuma, from my unit for defeating the cause of justice. I informed the general that if they have grounds to do so, that they must proceed. You see that?
I see it.
Then, if we can, I'm going to ask us to go to a different file altogether. If we can, the file with Ms. Maposho's statement and annexures.
Page,
Let's start with page 44. Just for context, this is a statement obtained by IPID from a, I'm not sure about the rank, but a Sape, Officer Sape, who is from the dog unit and had arrived at the scene together with Sergeant Pakula, the one from K9. And if we go to paragraph 2,
yes,
I don't want us to read the whole thing. He starts with just saying that he was informed by Warrant Officer Pakula that there was a truck, a yellow truck, informed that the truck was used to transport drugs from Durban Harbor, and also pointed to us this is when they arrived at the scene, right? So he's saying that they met up with Warrant Officer Pakula, who then showed them the truck and said that the yellow truck was transporting drugs from Durban Harbor, and also pointed us to a truck driver who was also placed under arrest. Warrant Pakula asked me to search the truck and no. My goodness, I can't read that word. On the compartment, and was distracted by an African male who was called Rikotso, as they denied us entry or exiting the scene. so I can use the dog, and also accused us of coming to escort the drugs all the way from Pretoria. And there he deals with General Khan and informed them that General Khan, we were also asked by General Khan of our involvement on the scene, and further informed him that our commander gave us permission to come. So he covers also General Khan's intervention and General Khan questioning them about their presence. Can you see that?
But this statement, Commissioner, is very strange to me.
Why?
Explain why is it so?
Strange in the sense that if really he was there at the scene, I understand K9 members drive a marked vehicle with a dog. Then upon my arrival, there was no K9 buggy around the scene. Except to say the only marked vehicle was that one, and the one driven by Captain Optov of Flying Squad. Again, the names, Sapi and Pakula, were brought to me. They even called me, volunteering to submit statements. I know them. The reason why I'm saying this is strange, because I asked questions to say, were you really at the scene? They were giving a contradicting version to say, we were still coming. Immediately when we entered, there were a lot of police. We turned. Then I said, what statement are you going to give? Then they left. I was only surprised when the defense was doing representation to say, there are these statements. Even Colonel Maluleka, who's working under Colonel Bok, requested to make a statement to me. We had a chat with him. I said, what statement? What role did you play? Why did you not take over the scene? Because upon my arrival, yes, I have noticed that you were there. What did you do? He could not. He was just standing like an onlooker. Then,
Colonel, before you go too far, I've written here in my notes that we must come back to deal with the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke. I don't want, because I know you want to comment on the statement. I just want to take you through all of the statements that mention General Khan's involvement and then get your comment. So just to say, you see from what we're reading, it's not only Sapi, who you say is questionable. There are more. Can I take you to the others?
I do understand and I know.
Then, sorry, and on to your point about why they weren't there, you'll see in paragraph 3, he deals with why they left the scene. And that was because the dog was in the motor vehicle in the sun, and they informed General Khan that the dog was dehydrating. And it was at that point that they were allowed to leave.
On Sapi's statement?
Yes.
Paragraph 3?
Yes. Then if you go to just to place it on record that even Pakula from the dog unit recounts the same story as Officer Sape. And then just to complete it with the statement of Sipungu that's in the docket. If we can go to page 223. Unfortunately, this statement doesn't have paragraph numbers, but the third paragraph that starts with at
about 10.
Yeah. I again received a call from General Khan, who asked me if the member warrant officer Pakula informed about the operation. I told him that he called me and informed me about the operation. He further told me that he was going to arrest the member because his story does not make it up, does not. I'm going to go, perhaps saying that the story doesn't add up. Right. So, in addition to the officers, Mahani and Pakula, who speak about General Khan's involvement, his participation is also confirmed by all of these people that were contacted by General Khan from the scene where he was making inquiries about the members' presence. And what is also significant about what the supervisors say, so Bok and Sipungu, they say very clearly that General Khan informed them that their members were going to be arrested. So it seems to me that General Khan played a significant role at the scene. Mohoboya goes as far as saying that he was in charge of the scene at a particular point. And so to me, your answer to Commissioner Baloyi seems insufficient because it appears from the docket that Khan played a very significant role, at least in the time that he was there. And just to say that General Kadwa does also confirm that General Khan was at the scene and gave him a briefing.
I think I have answered it to say, I never interacted with General Khan. I even further say, on the issue that, can you dispute the fact that General Khan was there? I am still saying, I can't dispute if he was there, but the only thing that I never had any contact with General Khan.
I suppose
If-
Colonel,
If he had taken over the scene, would you not have seen that? Because one of the statements that Ms. Bowe referred us to says that General Khan took over the scene. If that had happened, would you not have seen it?
Commissioners,
Especially as I understand the situation, you were now in charge of the scene, or not?
it would never have happened when I'm in charge of the scene.
Yes.
Unless
So how do you explain the statement that says he took over the scene?
No, I'm saying, when I took over the scene, I got it from Sergeant Ndo.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
So which would mean that he either took the scene over from you or further down the line from somebody who might have taken it over from you. But I don't think anybody else took it over from you. So would you not have seen him if he had taken over the scene?
I would have seen him. Unless if he came before me, because when I look at the time frame, they speak about someone is saying 9, the other one is saying 10. But I don't want to use.
Before does not look possible.
So
Not on the information that we have. I'm saying before does not look possible.
it does not look possible. Even in my presence, it did not happen.
So my question then is, are you able to explain the statement that says that at some stage he took over the scene?
He did not.
Thank you.
You see, what he says in his statement, this is General Khan, he says when he left the scene, he left General Kadwa in charge of the scene. That's what Khan says. He's at the scene at some point that you say you were in charge of. He approached the members who were standing next to the black bakkie, so we know he was at the scene.
Yes.
In fact, Pakula does say that he was, at some point, they were made to stand next to the bakkie. He introduced himself as Khan. I asked them what they were doing there. Then one of them was Maluleke, told me that this was his operation and that he was from the DPCI Pretoria. These are the members that are standing next to the black vehicle. I asked him who his commander was, and he said, Colonel Bok. He gave me the number whom I called. Bok told me he was not aware of the operation. I think Ms. Powe has done that with you. And then he says, I then saw a member that I recognized on the scene, Warrant Officer Pakula. And Pakula does say that this man was there. And we know that Pakula would have been, on your version, you caught into the scene. So Pakula would have been there because in the end, he's one of the people that are arrested. Khan says, I saw Pakula there.
Correct.
And asked him the same question, requested the number of his superior. He then spoke to Mahane, the member who was driving the black bakkie. Told me his name, asked him for the details of his superior, and he told me that he didn't know he was just about to accompany his friend Mashaba to the operation. I decided that more investigation is required. I called Kadwa. So General Khan calls Kadwa. General Khan is on the scene. He calls Kadwa, General Kadwa rather. I requested him to come to the scene. I also called General Lekalakala. I think
General
that's
Lekalakala was
the
there,
general
yes.
you wanted. So Khan is placing himself on the scene. And he also calls Kadwa. You say you were told later that Kadwa was there standing. And then he called somebody else, Maisela, who is the commander of Mashaba, who told him they were looking for Mashaba and they didn't know about the operation. Kadwa and Lekalakala arrived on the scene. He explained the situation to them. After a few minutes, I left the scene. And then I informed my divisional commissioner, and then I received a call from Sipungo who asked me for permission to visit the scene. I told him to please contact Kwad Kadwa, who was left in charge of the scene. So on General Khan's account, you were never in charge of the scene. That's on his account. You were never on the scene. And this is a statement, it's part of the docket. You were never in charge of the scene. Kadwa was in charge of the scene. What I'm seeking to make sense of is in your statement, you don't mention Kadwa. In your evidence, you say you were told he was there. So on your account, he was just inactive there, but Khan places him on the scene. Pakula makes him active on the scene because Pakula explains this is what Khan did, which coincides with what Khan has done here in his statement. We've also seen WhatsApp exchanges between Khan and Pakula, which confirm that Khan was on the scene. So that you don't mention him at all, and is the first curiosity, but two, and Kadwa as well, one, and then two, that you say you could not have seen him, you didn't see him. It's difficult to comprehend. If you were in charge, so in my mind, there are, would make sense if you were not in charge of the scene, right? If you were not placing yourself as the in charge of the scene, I would say, I can see how you may have missed him. You know, maybe you were focusing on other things. But as the in charge of the scene, forget for now that there's this contradiction here of who was in charge of the scene, in fact, because you say you were, Khan says he was, and then he says he left Kadwa in charge of the scene. Forget for a second that. If you were in charge of the scene, you would have known Khan is there, given how he describes what he was doing. Forget what Sapea says and the strangeness in his statement. Let's work just with what Khan himself says, that a general who places himself as being that active on a scene, either you were not on the same scene with him, and so you didn't see any of that, or he's being untruthful about being on the scene and being as active, or you're the one that's being untruthful about seeing him, not seeing him on the scene, and therefore not accounting for him. But that also goes for Kadwa as well. I think there has to be an explanation for that, which is at best curious. And maybe let me finish off by saying that even if you had not seen him on the scene, you come to know, you say, through the IPIT process. And for purpose of our discussion now, I'm prepared to assume or accept that it's the first time you came to know that Khan was on the scene when you're now dealing with the IPIT process. You prepared this statement to the commission very recently. You don't say, and I would have expected you to say, I was informed. I learned later that General Khan was on the scene. And I see this from other people's statements, because it's your docket. So I see it in the docket, but I actually only became aware of it when I dealt with IPID. You're completely quiet about Khan's presence at the scene, completely. Kadwa, you minimize his role to being a bystander. That's, I don't understand it.
Sorry, Commissioner, Kadwa did?
You said, you don't mention, you said in your statement, you said very little about Kadwa as well. I remember noting it somewhere. In fact, you refer to him in quite a confusing way. At paragraph 11 of your statement, you say, Colonel Ludik then arrived immediately after he dropped his phone with General Kadwa, and Brigadier Luella and I approached Colonel Ludik rather. So that's the only mention of Kadwa that I picked up, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in your statement. And then in your oral evidence, when you were testifying now, earlier in the day, you said, well, yeah, Kadwa, I heard later that he was there. He was standing there somewhere, but he never played any active role. I think that's how I remember your evidence.
Kadwa or Khan, Commissioner?
Kadwa. So I'm saying two things to you. Your statement is completely silent about Khan. Even your oral evidence, completely quiet, silent about General Khan. You are silent about him, even as you have a docket of statements that place him on the scene, and his own statement where he places himself on the scene. You say nothing, not even I later became aware when I was dealing with IPID that General Khan was there and this is what he's supposed to have done. You don't say anything like that to us in your statement. So reading your statement, you give the impression, because you're accounting, it's your sin. You're accounting for what happened in the time that you were there. Your statement gives the impression, oh, this is all that the people that were there. You mention many, many names. You don't mention Khan. So Khan was not there when one reads your statement, because nothing is said about him. And then you mention Kadwa in passing, in paragraph 11. Someone was talking to him. I've read for you that paragraph 11. you say Ludic immediately, he arrived immediately after he dropped his phone with Kadwa. And that's all you say about Kadwa. And in your oral evidence now, testimony, you said Kadwa, you later learned that Kadwa was there standing somewhere. You didn't deal with him on the scene. I think that's how I remember your evidence. So what I'm putting to you is, it's quite
Sorry,
strange.
Commissioner, maybe I did not. Can I get clarity in terms of General Kadwa?
Yes.
That the commissioner is saying, I later learned that he is there.
I think I understood you in your oral evidence that you say Kadwa was there, but he played no active role. Am I wrong in my recollection of that?
You are
evidence?
correct, Commissioner.
Yes, but that's something you say in your oral evidence, right? But Khan says he left him in charge of the scene. And so what I'm putting to you, or what I'm raising with you, is a matter of concern, and that at this point requires a satisfactory explanation, is how could you have missed the presence of Khan if you were in charge of the scene, and he tells us in that statement what he did on the scene? I assume Khan has no reason to lie about being on the scene. He has no reason to lie about it. So he places himself on the scene. How could you not have seen him if this was your scene? That does require an explanation. You may answer.
Commissioner, I still maintain, I did not see General Khan on the scene. I did not interact with General Khan on the scene. For him to say General Kadwa was in charge of the scene, I don't know where he get it from. Because General Kadwa, even when Colonel Stein was there, Colonel Stein was the one who was briefing General Kadwa. That is why I cannot say anything about him. Even when the Brigadier Skhwabela arrived, I was not the one who was briefing him about, because I briefed Colonel Stein. He was talking to this. And then also, I get to know that the other general present there was General Kalakal. I did not see. The two I did not see. I still maintain, when I took over the scene, I never came across that. When I was engaging with Rikhotso, yes, he confirmed that it's just that maybe you were not careful. Khan was there. But to me, I did not see. I've never engaged General Khan. I've never talked to him on the scene. And General Khan was never in charge of my scene.
What does being in charge of the scene mean? It's a bit confusing because a lot of people say it. Does it mean giving instructions as regards the bags, where they should go, their offloading from the black bakkie, their opening, and the testing of the cocaine in the manner that you described, and then giving instructions to the photographer to take photos and packing the exhibits in the evidence bags? Or does it mean somebody at the gate stopping other people from coming in? I'm a bit lost because a lot of people are saying this one was in charge, told us we can't come in. This one said the dog unit cannot come in. But it's not clear to me at this stage when they refer to the scene, are they referring to the bags and instructions in relation to the bags, or exactly what are they referring to? What is your understanding when somebody says, I was in charge of the scene?
If I'm in charge of the scene, I'm now the crime scene manager. I'm now taking note of each and everything that is within the scene, even giving instruction of what need to be done, who need to be called, who need to do what. That is the in charge that I'm talking about. This is what my role was. I was in charge of the scene. If they are saying they were in charge, maybe they can explain. who did they call from LCRC? The record they were keeping, who was keeping the record of the registering those exhibit in the SAP 13? That they must also explain to that, because I know it was me. When I'm saying I'm in charge, should there be anything that goes wrong within that scene, the only person that will answer, be responsible, is the person who is the crime scene manager, who is in charge of the scene. Those standing off the gate, preventing people from entering, they are just mere, they will be just assisting.
Is it possible for somebody to be in charge of the scene and promptly leave and leave it to somebody else who then also promptly leave the scene? Can you call those people in charge of the scene?
They are not in charge of the scene. When we are in charge of the scene, we take over the scene until its finality. You must know what was the last thing that happened. If when we are now clearing the scene, I will be able to say, now after the scene has been cleared, I have to compile my incident report about what transpired there. That was the person who was in charge of the scene.
General Lekala. Did you know General Lekalakala
I did not know him.
in June, July 2021?
I did not know him.
Did you see General Lekalakala there?
I did not see him. But somewhere after I was told that also General Galakal was there.
Because General Khan says he left, Kadwa and Lekalakala arrived on the scene at 1200 hours on the 9th of July 2021. I explained the situation to them. I introduced them to the risk manager of the Scania warehouse. After a few minutes, I left the scene. Do you want to comment or say anything about that? Were you aware of that?
No, I'm coming out because I don't know where it, but it did not happen inside my scene.
You see, Colonel, this is your docket. So maybe let me ask you a question. This is your docket, and General Khan's statement that we are referring to is in your docket. Unless you say to us, you haven't read the contents of the docket for whatever reason, maybe there is an explanation for it. If you have read General Khan's statement, which is in your docket, then the question is, he says things that you disagree with. When he says, I was at the scene, I did all of these things. You disagree with him because you say, I never saw all of that. But maybe the one that directly contradicts you is where he says Kadwa was left in charge. He says that in the statement. You say, no, that's nonsense. Sorry, nothing of such happened. You disagree with him completely. You say, I was in charge of the scene. Now, you have that statement in your docket. What have you done? Have you spoken to General Khan? Is there a record where this is your version that contradicts him is recorded? I would think something that important. You would have seen the statement and you would have said, General, let's sit down. What are you talking about? Did you do that?
Commissioners, I have never even sat down with General Khan with respect to the statement. The statement, I don't know what prompted those who obtained it to bring it to my docket.
So you don't know the contents
That
of
is
your
why
docket?
I will still maintain that. That which General Khan is saying is not true. He was not in charge of my scene. That which General Khan is saying, General Kadwa was in charge of the scene, is not true. It's not true.
and you say he was not on the scene, because you would have seen
No,
him. It's your scene, you would have seen him. Can we at least accept that you, if he had been there, if he had been there, you would have seen him. It's your scene. He says, I was at the scene, I did A, B, C, D on the scene. So I'm putting to you this, that let's assume he's telling the truth. Let's assume he's telling the truth, that he was on the scene. Let's assume he's telling the truth when he says, I went and introduced, I think, Kadwa or somebody, to the risk manager of Scania. And I asked these gentlemen, who are you? Who's your commander? If all of that happened on your scene, General Khan did that, and I'm saying to you, let's assume, for purpose of my question, that all of that which he describes happened on a scene where you say you were in charge, you would have seen him. That must be so.
Commissioner, let me just state again, I did not know General Khan by then.
Okay, but you would have
Even-
seen any member. Let me simplify it for you. It's your sin. If anyone spoke to the three gentlemen that were there, right? Anyone did the things that General Khan claims he was doing, you would have known. You may not have known the name, and maybe later be told, oh, that was General Khan, in fact, that did that. That person that did that is Khan. The proposition I'm making to you is, it's your sin. You are in control of it. You are instructing who's doing what, so you know who are the people that are active on this scene. If General Khan or any police officer had been there and doing what General Khan said he did on the scene, you would have known, you would have seen that person. It could not happen without you being aware, otherwise you're not fully in charge of the scene then. I want to assume you were fully in charge of the scene, so you would have seen this. Maybe you don't know it's Khan, but you see a police officer who is talking to your suspects.
Commissioner, I did not see, immediately when I was busy with my suspect, nobody interacted with them.
Yes, that's not
Then
my question. I'm past that. Allow me to repeat so that we don't waste any more time on this. You say you did not see him, and you are going to repeat that. That's why I'm stopping you. That, that's your answer. So I'm putting a proposition to you that if you were in charge of the scene, as you say you are, and General Khan or any police officer does what General Khan describes, he says, I did this, I did that, I did that. If any police officer did that on your scene that you would have been in charge of, you would have seen it.
That is correct.
Okay, so on that proposition, it must mean then that General Khan is being untruthful when he says he was on the scene and he did these kind of things. You would have seen him. So we must assume until he comes and explains himself that in fact he's untruthful, because you would have seen him if he was there.
I would have seen him. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Colonel, just as a follow-up, who exactly gets to say which statements are compiled into the docket? Because you seem to suggest that you don't know the reason for which some of these statements were added.
Sometimes at the instruction of the prosecutor.
And the prosecutor would be instructing who?
The investigating officer.
So you, yourself?
Yes, yes.
So then, does that mean this Khan statement, which is dated from July 2021, would have been added by who?
Maybe we are still going there.
Or you don't know?
No, it was, I said that statement was brought to me.
It was brought to you.
Yes.
By who?
Then I asked the prosecutor, because I said, she then said, there is this allegation of General Khan.
Yes.
Then I got informed by Colonel, I think it's Colonel Stein, bringing the statement to me to say, this is the statement that is needed at court. Then I just attached it, I took the docket to court. I have never even, at that stage, I have never even engaged with General Khan. The only time that I know of General Khan with regard to the matter is when I was sent to prison, that go and obtain a Pakula statement. He told General Khan that he want to tell you something.
No, I suppose, so you get given this statement and you don't read it.
Because it's just that I did not even, I did not have intention, because the statement that they are talking about, it was not assisting me in the matter that I'm investigating. They are just saying, obtained statement of Khan. I checked this, I was not, in fact, I was not interested in his statement.
So you checked
Because
it?
he was not going to assist. I did not see him, like Malulek. He is phoning me. Can I make statement to you? I said, what? And he was at the scene. But he said he did not play any role. In fact, I'm not suggesting something. I'm just saying that statement, the reason why I would...
Colonel, my difficulty is you say you checked it, and then for you to conclude that it doesn't help with your investigation, you must have read it. And if you read it, he then clearly says that he played a significant role.
Of which he did not.
So, but you then look at it, you think he's untruthful because he didn't play a part.
He didn't play a part on that matter.
And because he's now a general in crime intelligence, and here is a statement from him that you now say is untruthful, you did what?
You know, sometimes commissioners, I must state, we even used to struggle with obtain statement of people of crime intelligence that they are not supposed to submit statements. That I'm saying, where I'm seated, for the request of that statement, it was also strange to me. I don't know for what purpose, for what intention was the statement brought to me.
Okay, so let's get this straight. You get a statement that you read and conclude is false because that did not happen. And you don't know why the statement is there, but you do nothing.
I did not do anything.
Okay. And then related to that, Colonel, there are two other statements that we went through in the docket from Bok and Sipingu, who also speak about General Khan's involvement. Those statements too, were you familiar with them?
The one of Sipungu that I obtained was the one that I obtained, I think, on the 10th, when the people were appearing on that day.
Yes, so it's also dated July. And there too, he notes Khan's involvement, including that Khan told him he's going to arrest his members.
Commissioners, it's just that if maybe we were having the investigation diary, I don't know as to whether we have the copy of the investigation diary, wherein, because I know myself, whatever statement I obtain, the investigation diary will speak to that statement. This is what I just want to bring. Any statement, even Sipungu submitted the statement to me that he placed the member on duty. This is what he's telling me. When I get to check his behavior and his conduct on Saturday, before he could submit the statement, I saw that this man is not going to assist me. Then when I checked on him, he is placing members on duty, then he is on leave. Then that is why, if we go to the investigation diary, it will speak to, I said, So and so opted to make a statement. Then I attached the statement as per A, so and so. Realizing that I'm not happy with the statement, I did a follow-up with the statement that I obtained to say, this member is not telling the truth. That is when I picked up that this man, between the dates of this incident and the court appearances of this member, this man is on leave. But he is placing himself there. Then, but the statement, I said, no. I must, because I wanted to account to that statement. That second statement that I must account for, the second statement of Zipungu, I don't know, I'm still saying, I don't know at what stage it was brought to my attention. I don't want to associate myself with the statement. I did not take two statements of Zipungu.
Okay, so in essence there too, the statement was brought by somebody else and you didn't consider it because you deemed Spungu untruthful because he was on leave. And the interactions you would have had with him.
Commissioners, the first statement that I obtained of Zipungu indicated to me that he's untruthful. Even if, I don't want to entertain the issue of the second statement. Maybe, yes, there was this connection, a conversation between him and General Khan. That is why that one I cannot deny. That is the reason why maybe he submitted the statement. But to who? I still maintain to say he did not submit the statement to me.
General Khan?
No, Zipungu.
Okay.
Now I understand. Now I have to accept the statement that I was not even part of, the one of Zipungu. I did not know that such statement is attached in my docket.
Okay.
You know about General Khan's statement, I mean,
Yes, I know about General Khan's statement.
you know about it?
Yes.
You took it, you asked for it.
No.
How does it land in your document?
It was brought to me.
By who? And how?
It came with Colonel Stein. If you can check, even the person who commissioned that statement, I believe it's Colonel Stein.
But you became aware of it,
I became aware of the statement.
and you became aware that he places himself on the scene quite actively,
Yes.
which takes me to my earlier question, that when you see that and you know it is not true, according to you, what do you do about it? Why do you do nothing about it?
To be honest, Commissioner, I did not interrogate the statement of him placing. I've just seen the statement. Then, yes, he was on the scene. He admitted that he was on the scene, but I did not pick up that thing because even if he was placing General Carter to be managing the scene, maybe he can interpret that being in charge of the scene is not me, but in
Yeah.
essence, he was not.
Well, it's not just a case of interrogating the statement. His statement is about that. Every part of it is about him being contacted, him arriving at the scene, him doing this and that, and then at some point leaving. So it's not something that you find because you've interrogated the statement. It is something that's on the face of the statement. But I refer to the statement only to indicate to you that even Khan himself places himself on the scene, but a whole lot of people place him on the scene, including employee of Scania. There's a Ricket who places him on the scene, who says, Khan arrived. I called Khan because I'm a former, in his disciplinary hearing, he says, well, I called him because I knew him. I used to work for the police. And I called him when I heard, while I was still at home, that there are people at my company. And I called Khan, and Khan did arrive. So you have multiple people who are placing him on the scene. And my original question to you stands that from your own docket, you would have known that they say Khan was there. from your own docket, from your IPID engagement, you know there's a story about Khan being there. You were in charge of the scene. You don't mention Khan being there. Not only that, you also don't mention that I heard much later, and I see from statements that people say Khan was there and that he was doing ABCD. I never became aware of it. And your silence about him suggests, may in fact suggest that you made the deliberate decision to keep him out of your story, because until it is explained satisfactorily by you why he doesn't feature at all in your testimony, written and oral, it gives the impression you made a decision to keep his name out until the prison visit. I know you're going to speak about the prison visit, but to Pakula, and you speak about him there. But his presence at the scene, it seems, it gives me, let me speak for myself, the uncomfortable impression that you made a deliberate decision to keep General Khan's name out of your mouth and out of your statement. You can comment, but that's, yeah, I've shared with you the impression that I'm getting about this issue.
Yes, I got that, Commissioner, but let me just, with regard to one, Mr. Rickard, for sure, his French Rickard, on the statement that he made, that was never reflected, unless if he made the second statement when IPID was investigating. French Rickard, if he's the person that was driving the black Jeep, never make mention of to me of General Khan. He explained when upon entering what he observed, going back to where he drove past the roadblock meant by other people that was an informed them. That one, I think, is the person that I interviewed. But none of them, when I was interviewing them, indicated to me that this is the person that we were dealing with. I could not have ignored what happened, because if I was aware that he once placed himself on the scene, I would have interviewed him one-on-one, because I did not get that part to say, before you could arrive, there was this interaction of your suspect and so and so. I did not get that, commissioners, and I did not deliberately ignore the presence of General Khan on the scene.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ms. Bove.
Thank you, Colonel. It's worth noting that just in the docket, at least 5 individuals, including Khan, places themselves at the scene. And some of these statements were taken in the same month of the incident. So this is in July during your investigation. And I mean, I'm not sure we'll get to what happens in the disciplinary hearing, but in Major General Khan's disciplinary hearing, you were called to testify, and there too, you don't mention anything about Khan's presence. And so it does beg the question whether the silence is deliberate, given the many statements that mention Major General Khan's presence.
I could not pick up. You say it did not make what?
I am saying that in the docket and in the month in July, there are a number of statements that make mention of Major General Khan's involvement, including Major General Khan himself.
Correct.
Then later, if you look at your testimony in the Khan disciplinary inquiry, there too you don't mention Major General Khan's involvement. And so I wonder whether or not it's indeed deliberate.
it can be deliberate.
Advocate Poe, for me, and maybe I will differ with you here. Looking at Major General Khan's statement, he says he left a few minutes after 12. And if I remember correctly, Colonel, you said you arrived at the scene at 11:45.
Correct.
Somewhere there, and not exact. And you say when you got there, you did not see General Khan,
I did not see
but
General.
you cannot dispute that he was there.
I cannot dispute it.
And just reading his statement, to me, all General Khan says is that he asked various people what they were doing there, and he called their supervisors. I don't read anywhere in General Khan's statement where he says he interacted with the exhibits. He called LCRC because I would assume that if somebody is in charge of the scene, they would then take responsibility for calling LCRC, calling the photographer, giving them instructions as far as where to put the exhibits, what to record and what to photograph. He says he was there, and you can't dispute he was there because he says he was there. Many other people say he was there.
Correct.
And he says he left just after 12. But I agree with Commissioner Baloy. I don't know what you were asked when you were asked to prepare your statement. It leaves an uncomfortable feeling that when you came here, you knew that there is this statement because it was given to you by Stein. And you were told by IPIT that Khan was there. People say he was there, and you don't mention that part. So that still leaves a sense of discomfort, but I will leave it at that. But to be fair to you, his account of when he arrived there and when he left, and he doesn't say at any stage he interacted with the relevant exhibits that you were investigating. So,
And it's fair, Commissioner.
and I think you must accept the
I
criticism.
am accepting.
You must accept the criticism, but when you came here, you knew that there was this statement, and IPIT had told you that he was there. So you don't have a good explanation for why you did not mention that. Although I did not see him, I was told at some point that he was there. And I even saw a statement given to me by Stein. So
That is correct, Commissioner.
I'm trying to be neutral. I'm not saying you are right.
No,
I'm not saying,
I think, Commissioner, I'm taking the criticism positively that this is what happened, and should be looking strange to those who are getting this information.
And the discomfort extends to you not mentioning. I mean, these are lieutenant generals at the subs. They are major generals, all three of them. Major General Kado, Major General Lekalakala. If they were present at the scene while the scene was active and alive, and you say nothing about what they did, what their role was, what instructions they gave, it makes us wonder whether you're trying to protect them or what.
Maybe also in fairness to you, I should point out that in the various, in the disciplinary hearing of General Khan, Mahane Pakula and someone else, they say that Khan instructed them to go and sit in the bakkie, in the motor vehicle, in that black motor vehicle. And you say in your statement that when you arrived there and you went to speak to the owner of the bakkie, the person that Endo pointed out as the person who was trying to drive away, he was in fact sitting in the bakkie.
Correct.
So you may well have missed Khan. One shouldn't perhaps at this stage exclude that possibility that you may have missed it, but there's still the criticism about why do you not mention anything about him.
Correct, Commissioner.
Colonel, if we can then turn to paragraph 22, and you are dealing with the day after.
Yes, Commissioner. On Saturday, 2021, 07:10, a day after the arrest of these 4 people whilst at Boyson's police station, busy taking fingerprints of the arrested people together with Warrant Officer Pume. We were confronted by Colonel Sipungu, who I found out that is at head of his detective, and he said to me, in fact, it is supposed to be to me, there is no charge of attempted theft. So I have arrested those people for nothing. I was
Mind
so,
just increasing the volume, so maybe it's just me.
I was so concerned about this utterance. I then phoned Brigadier Skhobela, my provincial commander, and she advised me that if he continue, I must report him formally. I then informed Colonel Sipungu, who was with a group of people, that I will report, in fact, his action, and he apologized.
Yes.
On Monday, 2021, 07/12, whilst at Boyson's court, trying to place the docket on the roll, so to say, Colonel Sipungu entered the public prosecutor's office, and he told the prosecutor, who was busy reading my docket, that Sewola did not want to take my statement with regard to it's supposed to be the incident. And he said Pakula informed him and he placed him on duty. I investigate the relevancy of what he was telling me by phoning Brigadier Skhobela to check with his Sipungu's office. And the response I got was that he is on leave. I then let him make that statement and attached it to the docket.
Colonel, what did you make of Colonel Sipungu's conduct with these interactions with him?
In fact, it was disruptive.
You considered it disruptive?
Yes.
More directly, that he was saying there was nothing wrong that Warrant Officer Pakula had done.
Sorry, Commissioner?
More directly, is it not so that he was basically saying there was nothing wrong that Warrant Officer Pakula had done?
Yes.
He had given him permission to go there. That was the thrust of what he was saying. I'm not saying that was correct.
No.
I'm just saying.
I just want to say,
Yes.
if indeed he gave Pakula the permission to go, he should have not started by saying, you should not have arrested these people. There is nothing like attempted theft, because the only thing that you can explain this is to say they wanted to leave. But that is incomplete. That is what he's telling me. That is incomplete. If you wanted to say it's attempted theft, it can be. Then that utterance itself is directly, I could say, is disruptive. But instead of him to say, I'm only coming here to assist you, Pakula informed me, can I submit a statement so that maybe he can be cleared of any wrongdoing? Then I think that approach and that direction would have assisted me if indeed the intention was to do what they did.
And then, once you find out that Colonel Sipungu was on leave, what was the relevance of that? Is it that he couldn't have then granted him permission?
Okay. This was in reference to check the procedure or the protocol or how do we operate in the police. Once you are placed on leave, you don't get yourself involved in anything that is happening in the office. That is why we have, it's you, it's your second in charge, it's another person. The other person who is in charge of the office in your absence, he's the person that should have at least say, I can confirm that the member is on leave. But this call, this thing indicates to me that He was used as a cover-up, so that this person is the one that can bail me out of this.
So what you are saying is, he should have said to Warrant Officer Pagula, I am on leave, seek permission from so-and-so who's acting in my position during my absence.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Colonel, we can move to paragraph 25.
At one stage, when these members were still in custody, I received a call from Major General Carter that this was supposed to be Major General Khan.
Okay.
Major General Commissioner is an omission. Major General Khan is requesting that we go to prison to interview Pakula. Since he wants to tell me something, and I went to prison with Warrant Officer Pume and Warrant Officer Mbowan, and I asked Pakula about what does he want to talk to me. The only thing, it was supposed to be this typing error, the only thing Pakula wanted to tell me was that he is working with General Khan. Those are his drugs. That is what now Pakula is telling me in prison. I then informed him that you already appeared. The statement already appeared. The statement you are, in fact, it was supposed to, you are making will be inadmissible. I checked with him since he's an investigator, if he can bring it to the attention of the prosecutor, but he did not agree. In short, because
Are you suggesting that within SAPS, statements are never supplemented? A particular witness's statement is never ever supplemented. Is that what you are saying?
No. This is an accused person. He's an arrested person, Commissioner. In his own statement, he
Yes,
stated...
that is so. That is so. The so-called warning statement,
The warning,
correct?
yes.
Yes.
So-
Are you saying a warning statement is never ever supplemented?
No.
Why not?
I think when he wanted to tell me, because already he said he's engaging...
Why not? Why is a warning statement never supplemented?
Commissioner,
I'm not saying it is. I don't know. I'm not a member of SAPS. I want to understand from you, why is a warning statement never ever supplemented?
Commissioner, when you take warning statement, there are certain indication and then that you have to interview and warn him against incriminating himself.
You can simply either remind them of the warning you gave or give a fresh warning and then supplement the statement. Why is that not possible?
I felt it was not possible, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
That was my feeling, that it will not be possible for me to obtain such.
You don't know for a fact?
I don't know for a fact.
Oh, thank you.
Colonel, did you mean inadmissible, or you meant that it would be contradictory, or?
No, I was telling him that which will be telling me may end up being inadmissible in court, and of which I think I was just responded to the commissioner when I was questioned about, do you think there was not be an additional statement that after correction we have been...
Do you mean it will be inadmissible if you repeat it? I don't understand what you mean when you say...
Yes, I was telling him that which I will be taking from you, it will be inadmissible.
If you say it.
No, if I'm taking that...
If you take another statement.
If I am taking him. So the best thing, we must first engage the public prosecutor. That is what I'm telling him. To check, so-and-so is coming up with these new allegations. Are you comfortable with me and you approaching to prosecutor? This is me with Pakula. then he did not agree with that. So I ended up not obtaining such.
Colonel, given the nature of this, whether it's an admission or new information, did you not find it prudent to investigate what he was saying or anything? Because it seems like a significant allegation unless you felt differently.
No, it is indeed significant allegation.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, off the top of my head, possible restrictions might be those that relate to admissions and confessions, for example. But if he wants to say these are General Khan's drugs, not mine, so it's not as if he wanted to implicate himself or anything. So off the top of my head, I don't know what the impediment would be. I'm not saying there wouldn't be. As I said, I'm not a SAPS member. And,
No, but you are correct, Commissioner.
yeah.
That assertion is correct.
Yes, Ms. Power.
And Colonel, here is somebody you suspect to have been involved, giving you what is a lead, and you didn't find it important to follow up on it or anything?
I did not get that.
So this is a person you've arrested for being complicit in the commission of this crime, and he's given you a lead and saying this is the person, the owner of the drugs. You didn't find it prudent to then investigate what he was saying?
As the investigating officer, I will have to take it, but with caution, Commissioner. So, I did not know what the intention, whether the intention was to mislead, me or to assist.
Yes, hence the need to investigate or check it out or something.
And that is why I'm agreeing that which you were saying, indeed, is another thing that needed an investigation. I'm agreeing.
So did
that
you,
allegation.
Did you investigate?
No.
All right.
Can I ask a different question about this? That you, apart from the fact that this allegation now from Mr. Pakula very much falls within your docket, because remember you're dealing with this drug consignment, so it squarely falls within what you are investigating. Apart from that, I want to ask a different question. Here's a member who informs you or alleges to you that these drugs belong to General Khan. And by the way, when he testified yesterday, Warrant Officer Pakula says he did say to General Khan when they met that they say these drugs are yours. So there's that kind of talk. And he says it's corridor talk. But he says this to you. Do you not, and he says this about a general, a leader in the organization. Did you report it to anybody?
I was sent by General Kadwa. Then I brought the information back to him.
To Kadwa?
To Kadwa. That,
Okay.
General, I could not obtain Pakula's statement because I don't know whether he's misdirecting me or he's assisting me. But this is the allegation. He is saying those drugs belong to General Khan.
Okay, so we must ask General Kadwa, what did you do about this information that that Colonel Sibula shared with you?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, my apologies. Colonel, you are then sent there by General Kadwa, who said that it was General Khan who is requesting that you go there. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then then you are told of the allegations about General Khan's involvement. Then you go back and tell General Kadwa.
Correct.
And I guess I'm trying to understand, he tells you that this comes from General Khan, and then you relay the information right back to the
Yes.
sender. Okay. Then we can go to paragraph 26.
26. Their case was enrolled and remanded for formal bail hearing, which was granted a week after their release. I received call from...
Sorry, Colonel,
Okay. Their case was enrolled and remanded for formal bail hearing, which was granted. And a week after their release, I received a call from IPID. I cannot remember the caller, but he was requesting for the copy of the criminal docket. I did not agree to the request, and I informed the caller to send the request via the office of the provincial head.
and just for clarity, you didn't agree because the request was sent to the wrong person? Or why didn't you agree?
I cannot agree for anybody to just say, send me a copy of the docket.
So
Because
it was not done procedurally?
it was not done procedurally.
All right.
The following,
Oh, yes.
the following week, I
Oh,
received...
no, my apologies. I just wanted to ask, what did you make of the IPID investigation? Or the fact that at that stage, there was this investigation happening?
I did not understand why do they want the copy of the dockets of drugs. That, to me, there is no other reasons why I was saying, let's officialize this, write an email to the office. In the email, I think it will be detailed. What information do they want in the docket?
Colonel, I was just asking you about what did you make about IPID investigating you at this stage? Not necessarily the request for the docket.
No, that was not necessary for them to investigate because, in fact, they were not telling me that they are investigating me. They are saying we have been instructed, we want to see the copy of that docket.
Okay. So at this stage, they hadn't informed you of the investigation, all they were requesting is a copy of the docket.
They were just requesting that I was not informed.
All right, thank you, Colonel. You can go to paragraph 27.
The following week, I received a call from a captain of Songesizwe telling me that she will be requesting information of my criminal case docket so that they can continue with the departmental investigation against Mohana. And I advised her to come to the office to assist her. I received another call from head office that they have charged Pakula in terms of the expeditious process of the disciplinary hearing. That was the caller now, if I remember, it was Brigadier Hopodi Tata. Yeah.
Maybe if you can read also 28 and then I'll ask you something.
Sorry?
No, I was asking for you to go also through paragraph 28.
Okay. This then became a concern to me that how can we have two members of the South African police who are alleged to have committed the same offense, then be charged differently in terms of the same disciplinary regulation. I started having that concern to say, now Zongezizwe is requesting this, they are investigating departmental, now head office is that, but we are guided by the same disciplinary regulation. That is when I said, why can't this investigation happen at the same time? Because I
Was it not because of where they are stationed that Officer Mahana was stationed at Zonkisiswe and Pakula was there in province?
Commissioner, what I can remind this commission of is that we are all guided by the same disciplinary code of conduct, which falls within the ambit of the National Commission, not the station commission. Whether one is at the station, he cannot charge in terms of the station disciplinary regulation. He must be charged in terms of the SAPS disciplinary regulation. Therefore, this, according to me, says, this one is at head office, this one is at the station. Station falls within the provincial commissioner, who report to the national commission. Then there was nothing wrong for them to be charged simultaneously and invest if head office saw it fit for Pakula to be, that incident to be done in terms of the expeditious process. Same would have applied to Mohana. That is my view, but even having looked at that, the same disciplinary regulation and interpreted it, it falls under the National Commission. There was nothing wrong to be charged at once.
So your view was that they ought to have both been charged through head office by virtue of the National Commissioner's powers to discipline in
That
terms
is
of the
correct.
regulations?
That is correct.
And so when you say, I'm reading between the lines of your answer that what was concerning to you was Zongisizwe's approach.
Zongisizwe's approach, I could not agree with. Seated here, I don't even have their findings because their investigation emanated from the docket that I'm investigating. I did not see the findings. What was the report or the summary?
And did they call you as a witness?
No.
And when you advised the caller that they can come to your office to assist, did they ever do so?
I remember at some stage making copy to them because they were insisting on getting, so I had to make the copy of my own statement. Also, bear in mind, commissioners, that the departmental investigation and criminal investigation should be done separately. So this is the advice that I was giving them. You cannot obtain the statement that is in the criminal case and want to use it. And you have to be with me because what we want to establish is that whether the members contravened the police regulations by their own action.
All right, Colonel, and we can move.
I'm not sure I get your point. Surely if there are statements already, that helps the disciplinary process to start somewhere. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. So even if they will then couch their case in accordance with what the regulations provide, the statements in the docket will help them with their start. So I don't see the problem that you appear to be alluding to.
No, there is no problem, Commissioner. With my statement, because what they have to do, this statement, when it was made for the criminal case.
I get that, yes.
Then there is that provision that they must also, they must interview me. That is this in line with what happened? Then at the end of that statement, they must confirm that this is because I'll be making a copy.
You seemed to be making an issue of the fact that they asked for the statements that had been prepared for the criminal process.
No, they were.
And that is what I didn't quite follow or didn't quite get.
No, they were looking for the statements. That is why I'm saying.
Yes.
There are certain statements that are not relevant to them.
All right, okay, let's not
No,
belabor
thanks.
it.
Thanks,
Let's not belabor it.
Colonel, you can move to paragraph 29.
There was a time when me and the analyst on the cell phone were made to do presentation on this case docket to different provincial heads. It was supposed to end there. It was supposed to end with different provincial heads. I was informed the purpose was to sensitize the provincial head and provincial commanders about the new trends, referring to the new trends, referring to how these drugs came into be or happened to be in the country. In fact, our main presentation was to just inform provincial commanders and provincial heads that there is this new trend if you are not aware. Now they are using this mode of transport to bring these drugs into the country. That was the purpose of the presentation, Commissioners. This is...
Just out of interest, if at this stage, this is a new trend, this way of transporting or importing drugs, before that, what was the normal, the regular, no, not regular, it's not regular. How did they import the people that are behind these?
The reason why I'm stating this,
In bulk, that is, in
Yes.
bulk,
Some-
because the drug mule method, I'm sure it doesn't help with bulk importation.
yes. In fact, Commissioner, I'm saying when there were difficulties to bring the drugs in the country, there were some that will enter through the land port of entries. They will either be coming through your Mozambique, through your Bait Bridge, then because we are now finding this to be now happening, it seems that we have established a new way. Then we have to sensitize members, even those of the CI that were not aware they were part, because they have to be part and get to know these new trends. Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, did the presentation include sort of the role of law enforcement, given that in this case in particular, the involvement of law enforcement was rather significant?
Okay, Commissioner, I will say, this came into being after we have realized that there were times when we had truck hijackings. Then, back then, we then realized that was not necessarily meant to take or to steal the real consignment. The drug hijacking that we established then, because our presentation was saying, we remember this year, or on this year, we found this truck being hijacked, but nothing on it, none of the consignment was stolen. Then, when we investigate further, we found that, but there were things that were taken, that were removed from those trucks, which, according to my own observation and others, because I'm not alone, to say, okay, some of these truck hijacking are not necessarily meant to take the truck. They are just hijacked mainly to remove what they wanted there. Then once they are done, you will find the truck back on the road, going to where it is supposed to be, nothing being stolen. That is the trends that used to happen. That's why we were forced to say, let's do this type of presentation so that on whatever crime that is happening, where you find real items not being stolen, then we were checking what was the intention of this hijacking. That is the real purpose of this presentation.
I think the question from Ms. Bowe was more that whether the trends, the new trends that you were picking up and you were making a presentation, did that include the complicity of police officers
That is
or
correct.
law enforcement officers
That is correct.
in those? Okay, thanks.
And Colonel, even in the pseudo hijackings where stuff is removed, did that trend also pick up involvement of law enforcement in that?
Correct.
And then you can then proceed to paragraph 30.
Sorry.
No worries, Colonel. We're nearly there.
Can I go to?
Paragraph 30.
During this investigation, I was receiving calls from police officers.
No.
Please speak up.
Sorry.
I know it's late in the day.
Hey, sorry, Commissioner. During this investigation, I was receiving calls from police officers who volunteered to submit statements, and amongst the callers was Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka of Toms, who was one of the police officers on the scene, and Warrant Officer Pakula from K9 Pretoria told Maluleka that I understand you were talking to Mashaba over this, so I believe your statement will assist. Then he said, it seems you want to arrest me. Warrant Officer Pakula of K9 Pretoria informed him that because him and the arrested are sharing the same name, and further that there is a boys and K9 next door, he must have enough reasons other than that of defeating, then he can submit the statement. All these members submitted their statement to the defense attorneys, and they were used as presentation it was supposed to in the representation requesting for the case to be removed from the court roll. The investigation was completed and the matter was set down for trial, and Advocate Colin Ryan consulted with witnesses, and the information I received was that some of the witnesses are becoming hostile, particularly Jolene Wenzel. As a result of this, the matter was removed from the court and further referred to the DPP for decision. That was the last time I had a contact or I interacted with my advocate, because it was sent there, then I left.
Colonel, just
You
to
were,
ask,
you were kicked upstairs. Don't mind me.
you were promoted.
Yes, I was promoted. Commissioner.
And taken off the case as a result.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
No,
We're almost there.
it's not, but it's on flight mode, it's not mine.
Okay.
Colonel, you mentioned that there were other police officers who offered to do these statements, including Madlanga and Pakula. Did you attempt to go get the statements from them?
Since my interaction with them was to say, I will start with Maluleka. Maluleke, my understanding, because I informed him, you were at the scene. Now later, you want to make a statement. What direction do you want to take me to? Then he said he was saving information. Then I said, that morning, you must remember, that morning, Mashaba called you. Before you give me a statement, because it seems you and Mashaba knows each other, you will have to explain yourself the relationship with Mashaba. He could not come and make that statement. I was confronted with the statement when I see it in the bundle of the defense attorney. With Pakula commissioners, before I said, yes, I understand we want to make a statement. What you must make sure, you don't come alone. You come with your commander, you make a statement. If your commander room, he make a statement that indeed he is the one that sent you there. Because there is certain areas that you need to explain. We have got K9 here in Boysens. What is so special with the K9 of Pretoria? And again, don't forget, you and that other Pakula, you are sharing same name. I don't know how to relate. You must be careful. When you make statement, you must not make statement with the intention to derail me from the investigating these people. He could not submit the statement to me. I was confronted with the statement by the defense.
You are referring to being confronted with a statement.
No, those statements were brought
from the defense for the second time. Was this in the context of the representations?
No, they came as a bundle, Commissioner.
No, I've not asked my question. My question is, was this in the context of the representations that were being made to the NDPP? Or
That is correct.
Thank you.
Colonel, you don't think their reluctance ultimately stemmed from what your response was, which is, don't give me a statement if you're going to derail. It sounds like you had your mind made up.
No, I don't say don't give me a statement.
No, I didn't.
Come and give me a statement. But you must first bear in mind, you have to address these areas. My area, the areas of my concern. I'm the IO. I have to get the clear statement that will say, because I am saying to you, Pakula, I did not see you at that scene. Now you are telling me over the phone that you were at the scene. What car were you driving? He said a marked police vehicle. But I did not see it. Only the marked police vehicle that were identified on the day, and identifiable, was the one driven by Captain Optov and the one driven by Ndo and his crew. So when you will be making statement to me, you must take note of that. And again, don't come alone. Come with your command. You together, I will get somebody to obtain your statements. Then that was then.
Suppose my point would be that you have said in testimony that there are things that you missed at the scene and people you didn't see at the scene. So it's very possible that you didn't see them. I'm wondering why you closed your mind to them giving the statement, that those precursors sound dissuasive. You're saying, I didn't see you. What were you driving?
You say I didn't see.
As if your mind is closed.
When my mind is closed, I did not.
You are saying to them, I didn't see you at the scene.
Yes.
You are saying to them, what were you driving? A marked car. You say, these are the only marked cars I saw. But you yourself are alive to the fact, at least in this testimony, you've said that there are things that you missed and people that you may have missed. So it's very possible that you may have missed them. But in making those precursors, it sounds dissuasive, as if you... you're closed, your mind is closed to them giving a statement because you've already decided that they were not there?
In fact, when I can state that people in uniform are easily identifiable. More especially when he's saying, I am from K9. My expectation is members of K9, when we get into that, there is no other vehicle that can drive or that is used to transport that police dog other than that marked vehicle. So, yes, if he can come and say, I was not dressed up in uniform, I was not driving a marked police vehicle, then possibilities are I might not have seen it.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, in relation to the investigation being completed and the matter being set down, you say you received information that some witnesses have become hostile, particularly Ms. Wenzel. Do you have a sense of why that would be? Why was that so? How could that have happened? Sorry.
Because this matter is now becoming very much concerning to me. to me.
Yes.
I had to do my own checks. I checked with the analyst to say, is it maybe something that was missed in that communication chart? Then what came into my mind is that I picked up that at one stage, on the 8th of that July, Mashaba called someone who's working in that company. So now my suspicion was, what if that one is my witness? That was just my own assumption, because that was even at the time that I was leaving the docket. Then I could not persuade it further to say, can we further check any communication or scrutinize those communication of Mashaba to say, who is this other person that we communicated with earlier on, who's working in that company?
This call was on Chief Mashaba's phone.
It was on Chief Mashaba's phone.
Thank you.
And then, so when you left the investigation, did you highlight this to the next investigator to pursue?
I kept in contact with, because Colonel Jacobs, he was promoted at the same time with me. He had to come and took over SANEP. Then I had to leave, took over SANEP somewhere. So with him, we did not engage, but I was only contacting the analyst to say, on your spare time, you can check. If maybe you have tracks of any communication between Mashaba and Jolene or somebody there, you must highlight it. But.
And do you know if this was ever done?
I cannot confirm, but because what I was informed, the latest development are at least directing the docket somewhere.
Or perhaps you don't want to say because it's the subject.
Yeah, because now it's now the subject of investigation, but it seems there is direction.
Then we're done with the statement, but there's a few more things I want to touch on. The first is if we can
Can-
go.
Can we take a short adjournment? We'll indicate when we are ready to come back. Let's adjourn.